ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
A very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It is Season 5, and we are into our second week, second day. This time I'm back in the hosting seat, and of course, Matt is back over alongside Henry G, where he belongs. I'm joined by Chad Birchall, which is exactly where I belong. Good to see you back with us, Mr. Sponjay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, and pretty in pink as well today.
My collar's not sitting right.
Yeah, and I'm wearing a jacket that I found in a scrap heap. Either way, it's good to have you back. Now, we are joining you at a slightly later time, and you're probably sitting there going, why on earth is that? It has been announced on various platforms, but we'll do so here as well. Chad, some players had an unexpected extra day in Vegas.
Yeah, well, British Airlines are a really good airline, and
you watch your tongue.
Their plane wasn't able to take off, so there were numerous players from different teams who weren't able to get home when they were meant to. Bit of delays, so ESL has been kind enough to allow them to have that time off.
Yeah, it does sound rather crazy to imagine them just sitting down and immediately starting to play. But either way, we can move on to how things are looking currently in this very league. We can bring up those standings to set the scene for how this league has shaped up so far. It is just our second week, but already some teams are doing spectacular work, both in North America and in Europe. Here you see two undefeated presences, at least at the top of the table. It's SK and Optic. Cloud9 hold a similar feat, however, in the center of the pack with just 2 games played. What stands out to you, Chad?
Well, it's more expected when we juxtapose the two leagues here. SK and Optic towards the top of the pack. We got Liquid obviously up there as well. Cloud9 in the middle of the mix. Rush down the bottom. A bit sad for Renegades and Winterfox, however.
Yeah, hasn't been a great start for the Aussies for sure. A couple of good wins for Misfits. We'll keep our eyes on them as the league does progress. But you're right. The juxtaposition is that you bring up the European table and you have Envious on top. Of course, a team that we thought maybe had the worst trade of the two in that French shuffle. Mouse Sports, Kingwin, and then LDLC chasing the rear as well. Yeah. There are some surprising numbers of losses next to some of the bigger names. Astralis down 2-2, VP in the same.
You wouldn't be mistaken if you thought this was currently upside down, would you?
No, not at all.
So the more games you play, obviously the higher you're going to be on the ladder so far. So some teams haven't played as many matches as others. Got some teams who are in the mix there, but a good strong start from Envy, which has surprised me. I didn't expect them to come out like this, but Scream and Happy have been able to consistently frag, and I think that's why they're at the point they're at right now. Things are going to get really interesting for Mouse though as they move into the new transition period, bringing Chris J and Nico moving on to greener pastures with FaZe.
Yeah, well, keep your eyes on FaZe Clan in general. I'm sure they're going to have a great time. But this is, of course, some of the stuff we witnessed. It was Yuggy yesterday who was having a spectacular performance, a 1 versus 3 on Cobble, and that wasn't the only thing. We got to see some magic on Overpass as well. Alex was dropping mad numbers. In fact, dropping around 30 frags over here on Cobblestone. Spectacular work from him. And of course, Hellraiser's Envious did go down as well. Getting to see Envy putting in a pretty solid showing. It was quite intriguing to me to see that, you know, Envious do have a lot of firepower. Yes, the series was split. Hellraisers did perform well on Cobblestone to no surprise, but you know, Envy, they are no slouch.
Yeah, but the style of Counter-Strike that they're adopting works for a newer team because they're just basically pack rolling, doing the 4-1 type stuff. Not too many executes and things like that that require a lot of work early on. So they're addressing it in the right way. And then we've got G2 Fnatic, who are 2 teams who are probably going to have a very similar playstyle going into this
Absolutely, yes, indeed. This is going to be our big game today. It is Fnatic G2. We have Cobblestone and Train to dissect. So given the aforementioned playstyle, it could get very messy. You were talking of Envy. We'll just pull on that thread for a little longer. The fact that Scream did sign his contract today, I saw him tweet out. So he's changed his Twitter tag and he has joined Envy in an official capacity.
Yeah, I believe everybody from the team went to the UK to, I don't know if to sign their contracts. I don't know if all of them signed their contracts.
I mean, they're at a HyperX boot camp or something.
So it's probably a good way to kickstart a team, right? You want to have an environment like that so you can actually get to learn about the new players, get a bit of chemistry going on and that kind of stuff. But Scream's the man to watch in that team. If he can continue the form that we've seen from him in Pro League so far and take it to LAN as well, he's dangerous.
Yeah, you know someone else is dangerous is, well, not this Australian, but the other. Mitch is standing by to go ahead and break down some of the gossip and news that's been going on in the Counter-Strike world so far, I believe.
Here, you may have noticed that tonight we didn't actually cover all the matches we initially intended to, and that was because of a bit of a delay in some of the teams getting home from DreamHack Masters in Las Vegas. Specifically in Navi's case, that meant that they wouldn't be arriving home until 7 p.m. this evening, and we thought it better to give them a little bit more time to prepare for their matches. North, however, seem to enjoy their arrival home, and we'll be seeing a little bit more from them over the next couple of days. But if you guys at home think that you could replace any of these teams in the ESL Pro League, you have a chance. The Mountain Dew League is giving teams an opportunity to directly enter into the ESL Pro League. And to find out all the details on that, you can head over to esea.net/MDL for all the info. Now, in the wake of DreamHack Masters Las Vegas, we wanted to take a little bit of a fun look back at what's been happening in the DreamHack scene recently. So let's have a bit of a throwback to DreamHack Winter not so long ago.
Gambit probably just going to rush B at this point, finish this one off nice and early. And you know what? Naf's not going down without a fight.
Oh, Tarek's not either. He's jumping up. Shotgun comes through, Mag 7 shot into the face of Hobbit. His second one to Mo, but he has to go for the reload. The flash comes through. The flash saves him. That is awkward, but I love it.
Is rotated down, however, so he should be in position to back up Cajun B, who's spotting on the site itself. Cajun finds the first kill. That bomb is dropped in the open now, but the smoke is going to allow for Flipside to start and work their way out. Electronic dropping to Cajun, and Cajun is just dominating this B site right now. Somebody needs to shut this guy down, but he reigns supreme. Another kill for him. That's 3 now in the round.
Both Flipside members are exceptionally low. Markov had 11, Blade has 1, and he's all left. The flip side, and Cajun B's gonna pick up the ace.
Stack up over toward B, 2 out toward, oh, automatic!
What?
I was gonna say out toward Catwalk, and automatic finds it third! Waiting it, timing it, but better shot from Mixwell. Pistol is successful, but they don't account for the fact that it's Ren also behind this smoke, and he finds 3 immediately. Bombs drop down on top of the site. Give them a bit to work with, but they've got to rely on Naf to get in a better position. He gets caught off. It's Ren with an ace to hold out the site against the Pistols. Crossfire set, smoke off will change things slightly, but surely he's going to go through. Ricky, lovely shot to find Mezina. Now they can turn back these Pistols and try and give Furlan the attention he deserves, but there's so many smokes out, he won't even get far enough, fast enough to catch them off before they're in the doors, and Ricky turns back again.
Time is still in favor of the CTs. The flash is coming, it's pretty much a final chance, but Ricky, he's looking for the ace now. 4 kills found, and there it is.
Wow.
What a performance. 4 P250s and an AWP. He finds all 5.
Crazy there, just to end on Ricky performing and actually seeing him removed from the Renegades in place for, well, currently, Atta. It was an intriguing removal, that's for certain, and you highlighted already their position on the standings isn't particularly fruitful in the North American Pro League. Yeah,
well, they were doing better with Rick. They obviously played the first few games with him, but obviously there's issues there, and they've felt the need to drop him from the roster, so interesting to see how they go forward, or if they stick with Atta, what's going to happen with them.
It is a bit of an odd one, but yeah, you see a lot of teams heading back from Vegas, and that is, of course, why we have the great pleasure of bringing you Fnatic versus G2. This is from Flusher himself. He says, impossible to play without the mentality we had and this little practice. Now, what do you say about this one, Chad? That without the mentality we had?
I think that could be a case of English second language, which we do see a lot in these
streets. Of course.
But the little practice I can understand. They've only been back together for a short period of time. You can't just expect to put a roster like this together again and for all the pieces to fall back where they were, especially with the way that the meta of the game has changed. It's not just able to run around and headshot anymore. You have to have a semblance of structure. It doesn't have to be huge. They can get away with having a very loose one, but it's going to take time for them to build that, and I think they're realizing that.
And in reference to G2, we did tune in with Simple. He had some strong words to say. I mean, there has been a lot of kind of banter surrounding G2 and this super team tag, but who called them a super team? He's throwing that one out towards the French roster.
That is a good question. And I think that's the community, and we'll call the community fake news, or really fake news.
Alternative facts, for sure.
Matt put it very well. He said that they're more of a dream team than a super team. A super team, you know, they actually need to put together a lot of wins and show that they're a dominant force. So I think that's a very good way to put it.
Yes, and someone within G2 is celebrating a birthday. None other than Dan himself. Apex getting some congratulations from his various teammates. I think you can even see Sixer is throwing one towards his ex-teammate as well. So you got Apex hopefully going to try and get a little late bit of birthday gift.
24 now.
24 years of age.
That is officially in the bracket of mid-20s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 91.
Parlez-vous français?
On peut. That's 24 years, I think.
Oh.
91. There you go.
Nice.
I'm amazing. French aside, and we can actually talk about the people that can speak French, and that's, of course, G2. Now, I think the term Dream Team just summarizes them perfectly, Chad. Like, I mean, if you were any sort of Counter-Strike fan, there has always been this kind of, like, desperation to, one, it sounds horrible, remove Smiths and Shox from the hip. They wanted to see Shox with the likes of Kenny Yes, and I mean, seeing them together now with Apex, it feels like they've got all the ingredients for real success here. NBK, who has been probably one of the most successful French Counter-Strike players of all time, and then you can combine that with none other than Mr. Body, who has proven his worth in his period stint with G2.
I think Body's the one that is the most interesting here because a lot of people would have expected them to pick up Scream, you know, and then this would be the dream team that everybody would think on paper. But yeah, you're right about Body. He is a younger player. He's obviously a bit keener, and they're going to have him more as a role player or a support player who they can mold and put in whatever places they need. I don't know if it's true. I think it was a translation. I was reading something on Reddit. Shox did an interview, and he was saying the reason that they went with Body over Scream is that Scream is a player who they think can only play the one play style, where they want to have people who can be more diverse, and that way they can change it up if they need to. But this team, like you said, is a dream team, definitely on paper. The idea of having Kenny S and Shox paired together, the two most dominant French players we've seen in CSGO, is huge.
We get an opportunity just to see some of the plays that were made as well by Fnatic. This was Dennis getting all three on the flank through. Of course, a map that's no longer in the pool. This was just the first week of Pro League where you did have access to Dust 2. Now we're back into Inferno, and look at that spray. That's impressive stuff. The map we're going to be going into is Cobblestone. But, I mean, we've seen these teams meet before. This was, of course, a while back. You can see this is the old G2 roster, the likes of, well, what is it now? That's Scream, Smiths, the whole shebang. This is just a little kind of glimpse at how some of the previous rosters did perform in the last season of Pro League. Do excuse me, I think I got a little confused there. Time does fly. I felt like that Dennis play was just the other day on Dust 2, but it can't have been. That was back when where did he end up in the whole Swedish shuffle? He's kind of watching from the sidelines at the moment.
Yeah, I think maybe he'll end up in the new Super team with Makalele. Well, they need an in-game leader, right? And if he's willing to take that role, but who knows what can happen? I think they've only announced 3 of their players: Rubino, Jacob, and Makalele. I think Fox went to Penta. Well, I think Jacob.
And I do think that's a really weird one. While we're having a general community discussion, Fox joining Penta very quickly, like it's like locked in.
I didn't see it anywhere, but someone told me that, so I'm taking that as gospel.
You should. I mean, he's currently in their roster and all of their, like, I think at ESEA, and to be fair, it could be a trial.
That's true.
It could be a trial.
Anything's possible.
I mean, I just was really kind of, I don't know, converted. I think a lot of people were with his performance in Atlanta. Seeing Fox kind of playing with SK, having a proper structured team around him. He was speaking his native tongue. And he looked good. He looked much better.
People forget how good Fox was when he was on Kick and stuff like that. Like, he was the most dominant player in that team. I remember practicing them on Dust 2 when we were over in Europe from time to time, and just versing him on Dust 2 would always get the tag, crossing the doors. He was quite a successful or impactful AWPer.
Yeah.
I just think, over time, maybe people have either put him on a pedestal that's maybe too high for him, or the expectations are too high. But I think he's a solid player.
He is certainly a solid player, and there is an abundance of solid players coming into this matchup. Fnatic versus G2, both teams have really stated that they need to do better. They made a lot of roster moves, and therefore coming into this one, you've got 2 teams that are not where they want to be, and they're going against each other in 2 best-of-1s. Cobble is our first map, and this is where I'm going to be talking to you, Chad, just a little bit about how you think Cobble's going to go when you have 2 very pug-styled gamers. Little structure found on Fnatic over in Vegas, and G2, they've fallen into a similar fate as of late.
Yeah, both teams, as you just stated, need a little bit more time. And it's weird having a matchup between the 2 teams who are both in a rebuilding phase. So if you remember Fnatic, they were the type of unit that used to basically send their players off on little missions on their own, and they could do whatever they felt, and they would open up the map, and they could capitalize on that because they had good chemistry and they had good understanding of what they could do. An example of that would be Olaf on the B platform. That's one of the places that became, people call it the Olaf smoke, where it's thrown at Broken Wall and then he goes for picks there. That kind of stuff has been picked up by all the different teams and used, but because of that, it starts to get counted and it becomes the common play. And when people have moves that are so successful like that, it just becomes the norm to know how to play against it. So that kind of stuff has definitely dropped off. And to make that more versatile, I believe Fnatic, they kind of went before they changed roster the first time, trying to transition Flusher over to doing similar things because people have different timings or pacings in the way that they attack it. So in this matchup, it's going to be interesting to see if the teams just go to what they're comfortable with. So it used to be, I believe, Apex and Kenny over towards that A-bomb side. If they're going to do things that they were doing previously, or if they're going to mix it up, which I think is more dangerous because you don't know what to expect in that case, which would be nice.
It certainly would be. Something that isn't nice is Fnatic and their recent result over in Vegas. In an offline environment, they did meet Virtus Pro, admittedly the winners of the tournament, but they conceded a 16-2 defeat on this very map. It was abysmal from them. They managed to get together 2 rounds. Those 2 rounds came on the T side, and it really was an absolute slaughter. Virtus Pro holding a spectacular 13-round CT side, and that was pretty much the beginning of the end after VP did win that pistol. So coming off of that, that was pretty much the last game they played ahead of this one. So it's going to be intriguing to see if they've kind of maybe learned some from their mistakes. I did like in the tweet as well, typical us losing to the winners of the tournament. I'm sure that's a lot of teams sometimes feel like that as you get knocked through the group stage.
Yeah, well,
it's a mindset to have.
I guess it's one way to spin a positive, right? I walked past these guys as they were playing Cobble during the end of that match, really. And they were very quiet. The only communication was through typing. So that must be the mentality that Flusher was talking about. It doesn't seem like they have, or they're at the point of other teams when even when they're losing, even when they're down, they keep the fist bumps up, you know, they keep the talk up, which are two very integral things. When you come from a team that is used to winning all the time, or a lineup that's used to being very successful, and to go to losing after that, it's very difficult to make that adjustment, right?
Absolutely.
It depends. This is where we're going to see how hungry they actually are and how willing to evolve they are. Because if they're just going to bang their head against a brick wall for, I don't know, the first couple of months and hope that their old play style works, they might find themselves getting very frustrated. Yes, indeed. And I mean, I'm currently looking at their lineups head to head, and it does look absurd, but it does look like since basically February of 2016, admittedly there have been different rosters, but Fnatic have won and beaten the French side every single time they've met. Recently, with the same rosters that we are going to be seeing today, they actually met in the IEM Katowice qualifiers, those EU closed qualifiers whereby we saw Fnatic win both maps rather convincingly. I think it was 16-6 to 16-12 as well on cash. So with that said, Fnatic have a better track record versus this French side. And in general, this French side have had an awful start. I mean, we're looking at the G2's recent results, Chad. It is rather abysmal, is it not? Yeah, I think the level of expectations for this team is huge, right? And to see them go up against other top teams and lose, like a 16-6 online on train, it's obviously one of those maps that you can get blown out on, but it's not what they'd be looking for. And this would be a great point for them to be able to turn it around. I don't know what events these guys have coming up. They're definitely not in Poland. Not sure what else has been locked in or announced for these guys in the future, but this is what they need to be hungry for right now. They don't have a lot else on their plate, so a lot of time can go into practicing for this unit. And I think both of these teams in this matchup, we're going to see good things from in 2017. It's just a transitional period for them to get back into it and evolve, right? I'm really excited for this year because even though these teams aren't performing fantastically right now, they all have great players and they all are hungry to win, right? That's the type of Counter-Strike players there are. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, if you look at their current results, they're not necessarily anything to be snobbed at. I mean, you've got close losses versus Envy. In fact, we got to witness them. They were over in the Pro League. We saw them in our first week. Close losses versus Heroic from G2. I think we're looking at like 16-13, some scores. It's been pretty like unfortunate losses. In fact, they very much, other than the Fnatic result, they actually went and got 2 good wins versus Flipside. So it shows that they can at least do some damage, some degree of damage. What I think is really exciting about this specific matchup is how much of a brawl it can turn out to be, because both teams aren't really going to want to give an edge, right? They're the teams who are going to force by, they're going to back their aim, they're going to back their individualism, which is a really strong thing to have, because if you can win that tug of war and you can come out on top of the economy, you can find yourself in a really strong position in dictating the play. The only thing which will let, I think, both of them down is potentially the lack of executes, right? Because you do need to be able to use that from time to time. And it's just one of those things which you have to have in your gameplay nowadays. I find that I'm being very critical of them. But if you look at the top teams at the moment of SK, Astralis, North, Virtus Pro, they all have a very good mix of pacings, executes. They have the individual skill to pull off very, I guess, crazy plays, the stuff that gets the caster screaming. So you need a bit of everything. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've seen that. I think it's a really intriguing kind of observation to make that at the top of Counter-Strike now, you haven't got any real examples of the style that these guys are implementing. Yeah, maybe they want to change that. It does. There's a correlation to be identified here. But are they capable? If you're looking towards Fnatic, most definitely have, I mean, a respected coach, and I say respected because the players themselves state that they respect him and they chose him. I know that it was brought into question over in Vegas, but they've got some form of leadership, and I'm hoping to see that kind of evolve as Jumpy, even Flusher, who's taken a step. We saw some successful in-game leading from him during that one transitional period without Pronax. Okay, it's time to call a prediction for Cobble. What are you saying, Chad? I don't think it bodes well that Fnatic got absolutely stomped on this map by VP on LAN. 16-3. I'm going to lead towards G2 because the French have traditionally been quite good on Cobble, and they have a very good passive style that they can play. And I think they're maybe going to be a little bit hungrier right now.
Okay, I'll leave you with that one. I think I'll join you on the G2 side of things. Well, there is no doubt that this server is chock-a-block full of Counter-Strike star names, and our caster desk is no different. Henry G and Sadakist are waiting to jump into COP.
Yes, thank you, Alex. I think we are jumped in. We are in the server, and we are standing by to get ready to roll. Cobblestone waits. I think it's a good map for these two. They mentioned it. Olaf going B platforms known, but this G2 lineup, this is the first time I'll get to cast them in the flesh.
Sure.
We know that Shox loves it. Cobblestone, that is.
Absolutely.
Probably
Both
loves
these
this team
teams have
too.
been pretty underwhelming so far. We've seen G2 a couple of times, maybe only once in the Pro League so far, but they looked pretty poor against Envious, but obviously that's one of their first showings. It's going to take a while for this team to kind of build their foundations up and work out how they're going to operate as a unit going forward.
The same from Envious in that game. Scream just ripped them apart.
Yeah, true. That would, to be fair, that was a bit of an anomaly that game,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Like, he's never going to play like that every single time, and there's not a consistent basis for it. But Fnatic, obviously, on this map was stomped by VP in DreamHack. It was 16-2, I believe, as well. That wasn't
They're
a great
ranked
start.
12th. That's almost like turd if you're rated 12th with RG on it.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe that's what they're going with. But yeah, it's so difficult to call this one. I would say I would be leaning towards G2 basically because they've had like a bit of time now. They weren't obviously at DreamHack, so they've been practicing, working things out, getting things together. And yeah, I'm hoping we can see a performance from Kenny S. He looked very poor in the first showing with this team. Hoping he can kind of step up. But it's known to be an up and down map for him overall. But of course, Shoxy on the server, anything can happen, and that's why I kind of push my bets towards them. Fnatic, I'm not really sure they've had that much time since Vegas to even. They would have got back, what, maybe yesterday? You wouldn't have been practicing then. So
I doubt they would have.
It's not like they've had a chance to adjust anything. So
it's definitely going to take them time. I agree with Taz's compliments as well. The Major's saying that there's no chance their old style wins them as much as it used to, or is even remotely close to successful. I think teams have stepped up considerably in that time. The meta hasn't shifted in trying to match Fnatic. A lot of people were trying to scramble to get on their level. Now they've all surpassed that. They've all started moving into tactical bases, and Fnatic is behind in that regard.
yeah, well, they have got Jumpy working with them as well.
They do, and Vugo still helps sometimes.
You'd think that it doesn't really seem like his influence has really been kind of realized at this point. You'd think he'd be bringing more of a tactical element to the team. I think everyone knows this is the main criticism we have of them, that playstyle's not going to work anymore, but I'm hoping it does, right? On paper, they still have an amazing lineup, and to be fair to them, they've only really got back together in the last couple of months, so you can't really hold too much against them for now. It's going to be a work in progress, and Fnatic obviously have a lot of confidence in this team and hoping they can relinquish their former glory. But we are into this one. It's going to be Fnatic starting on the T side here, 4 sets of armor, and Crims, he's got the smoke and 2 flashbangs, no upgraded pistols here, just the Glocks across the board. And then in terms of the G2 side, quite a traditional French setup. 5 sets of armor, really kicking straight into it though, but Shoxy towards long A takes down Dennis. A really nice headshot to kick things off there, and he'll be falling back. His job is complete. He's got that first kill, he's spotted a couple more players, and then we can keep it his 5-4 advantage.
Olaf trying to spot down toward long. NBK that awaits. He's got the USP in hand, but there's no one on the receiving end as he re-peeks, though. He's tagged to 6. And the natural born killer will have to be naturally born defending, because he's got to run back inside of the site. It's interesting to see MBK, Shox, and Kenny on the same lineup. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think, as this develops. As Apex tagged off, has to back away through stables. He'll go toward the A platform. JW's already down drop. So Kenny has to start to pinch them in, hold them off. He can't push through without any information. He'll go now. They've got confirmation. It's to the A site. Look at Shox go. 1 kill on Olaf. He stands in behind the APC. The last 2 remaining Fnatic players held out top of the half wall and completely locked in position because all of the rotations have made it in place. It's Crims the next one up. Kenny's killed his teammate, and this should spell disaster in the end of the round. There it is. Shox getting his second. Third. I take it back. Third.
It's always so beautiful to watch Shoxy hitting every single thing on the server with the USP as well. Goes towards long A at the start, opens things up, falls back, and manages to pick up 3 in total. Looking very strong. We do have a slight technical pause here, and I'm sure we'll be underway very shortly. In terms of the rebuy coming back from Fnatic, they are going to be forcing into the round. That's fine on the T side. No bomb plant, automatically need to be getting that Tech 9's armor. Flush has got a smoke as well. And in terms of the GT buy, this is what we're seeing a lot more of recently. Everyone focusing more on the UMPs rather than getting like 2 rifles and MP7s and stuff like that. But Shoxy yet to buy. Maybe he'll bring out an M4 considering he got 3 kills. But we'll just be bringing up the little holding image here as it's an online game. We can't really give too much away, but there it is.
No, I like this. Why would you give anything away?
Exactly.
Don't tell me Santa Claus isn't real and ruin Christmas.
Well, we're back into it, and like I said, 5 SMGs. means it's going to be a little bit harder to hold off at long-range angles. Have to commit a little bit more towards B site, maybe towards drop-down and the upper platform itself. This looks like a set piece towards B. You can see the smoke's starting to rain in towards the site here. Objective, try and get that bomb down. See if that's going to be a possibility. They're not fully committing just yet. Olaf Meister takes a nade to the face, though, and goes down to 66 HP.
Olaf with Tech 9, flashed over, back in. Smoke just protruding beyond the edge of the platform, and the statue means they can't quite see him from between both KFC and the statue itself. Now as he solves, he's going to be completely in the open. It's MBK to get the kill on him. Meanwhile, Dennis with the Deagle wants to try to get the next kill. Tag on body. Flames in behind. He's forced out of position. I guess it's just a whip. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought that was going to hit. I was surprised it took as long as it did, but Apex to find flush up. And the numbers continue to dwindle for Fnatic. Crims gets one gun down and available to him, but his teammate dead at the door means he's not much more.
Got a wallbang from Shox to finish things off there towards the stable area. They keep 4 players alive. Fnatic inflicted a decent amount of damage, but overall, no plant coming in and only 1 kill, so has to be a full eco going into round number 3. Glocks across the board. Maybe Crims could pull out PT50. That's about it. B-Rush, maybe. Hope for the best. Options are very limited. It's almost not even worth sitting around and working out what you can find on the map. We'll see what they decide to do here. Bishoxi, he's having some money here. That could be working against him. It certainly is. He goes down first, and there it is. Flush with the Glock opens things up, but it's quickly replied by Apex, and it should be round. Obviously still going in favor of G2. Kenny might not check his angle. Of course he does.
Ooh, okay. Get wrecked, Olaf.
Yeah.
He does certainly check it. Apex, meanwhile, I need to go out. Has to be careful of his position. It's Dennis that finds the kill. Kenny finding there for Dennis. Crims now last alive. Not a lot of kills from Fnatic to start things off early. These rounds have been quite heavily in the favor. I mean, yes, I know they don't have guns, but even still, they aren't forcing reinvestment. They've been quite heavily in favor of G2. So it's 8 grand, I think, almost for Kenny. Yeah, he's got 78.50. That's pretty not too bad. Pretty not too bad. There's a new one, Henry. I'm not even going to correct it. I like it. I'm going with it.
You're still recovering.
Nope. No. Pretty not too bad.
That's what you're saying.
How are you today? Pretty not too bad.
Look at the buy, though, for GT. This is almost Jaden round. We almost got there. 5 SMGs required.
Look at you going there.
Yeah. Almost got there. But
she went through her first car wash today. She didn't like it.
There you go.
Olaf, flash front, gets taken down. These SMGs, they're taking the gamble, and they take the fight because pushing up, it's Olaf's AK found, and GW does get Shox back after boosting in behind him, but he's left alone temporarily over toward the B tunnels. The rest rotating back in his direction from the A side statue.
Well, you can see why G2 had to go aggressive there. They've even got these SMGs ready to work with, aggressive towards the upper platform. And this is interesting. I've never seen this before, Matt. This boost on top of their heads to throw smokes. This is a new one. We've got NIP smokes that are thrown from that similar position.
That's actually insanity.
I've never seen that before. I've seen it in different variations on different maps, but not on Cobble in that particular position. That looks, is that correct? Okay, yes,
no, this is a wall of smoke A. Hover that for me. As Kenny, meanwhile, is going to get tested. It stands tall, stands firm, stands very tall and firm because he takes down JW, and no, that was not an innuendo. Calm down, as body will drop. Flush up, bomb left on the ground, and Crims is in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, not really much Crims can do without this one. 30 seconds remaining. He needs to find a kill. It'd be a bit of a blunder from GT to give him anything to work with here. He has to commit to a plant. You want to make him go towards the bomb, actually touch the attempt at the plant, and then you challenge him. You can see that's going for that right now. They've given this position away, so there it is. MBK finds the final kill. That was actually pretty cool from Fnatic. They obviously have been putting some work in towards this map, and that was almost the exact mentality of the NIP smokes, just a different variation. Normally the NIP smokes go towards the B site, and then you're running towards A. This time those smokes, it's from the same position, go towards the A bomb site, creating a complete wall like we saw, and then they went towards the B site. Unfortunately, didn't really get anything for it whatsoever. No plant once again, so they'll just be down to Tech 9s and CZs, and a cheeky little deagle there as well. But a double AWP setup comes out for G2 pretty early here, and MBK still with his MP7. Olaf Meister, as we mentioned in the pre-game, loves this upper platform position, but doesn't have the rifle to really make anything happen with it for now.
Kenny S at Chicken Coop 4-0 G2. I think I would have favored G2 on paper in this game as well.
Yeah.
But great start so far. Kenny catching Olaf. Dennis gets absolutely nailed as well. Dare not be the third. Who's going to walk in next? Crims is ever close, but not going to go. Nade goes toward Flush's feet. More damage by Kenny. Just add that ADR because he's a superstar.
I've only lost MBK so far, and he had the MP7, so...
Yeah, not a bad situation.
Yeah, that's actually fine, because you don't really want to hold on to them for that amount of time. You know the AK's coming out next. But this could actually fall in favor of Fnatic, but Body's there to save the day. Okay, then, Body.
Body's always so good on rotations.
Yeah, he's so good at holding like solo bomb sites by himself, and then coming in and cleaning up clutches and finding a couple of kills here and there.
So far, Kenny we've got
double
my
Henry.
voice on replay.
Yeah.
Double Henry, double Sado. Could you imagine if I was a twin? I wouldn't need you.
Well, he would. Who's going to provide the knowledge?
My twin would have gone after the knowledge, I'm sure.
Yeah, he would have been the next pro.
Telepathic. They wouldn't have been able to tell us apart. It would have been like I was solo casting and never having to breathe.
Oh, Shoxy, that looked a little bit too easy. Fnatic trying to change the pace up a little bit there, and actually working against them. Shoxy, pretty standard face towards middle. Fnatic didn't see it coming. You normally want to be flashing towards mid doors, but Shoxy might have overstayed his welcome a little bit here. Gets it away with it just about.
Little pop flash off the sign. Dennis starting to push up, smoke out. Takes off. Ooh, and clears that position, but I think Apex spotted him just above the smoke when he re-entered toward long.
Yeah, these rounds aren't going too well at all for Fnatic. The pick goes against them, and then a second as well. They've got nothing for it so far, apart from a little bit of damage inflicted to Shoxy. So what's left, Matt? They've got one smoke, a Molotov, and a flashbang, and only 3 players to work with. Someone has to go absolutely bananas this round. Sorry?
F5 is next.
Okay.
Control F5.
What does that do?
Isn't it F5? What's the one that automatically kills the game? I can't remember.
F10.
F10. There we go. See.
Good joke, though.
I don't press that button often. I usually I'm rage-inducing it upon others. I don't pay attention to them.
Right. Well, you can take a screenshot of F12. You can do that.
I knew that.
Okay.
I knew that. I do that all the time to post my incredible stats.
So did Chad.
That I actually believe.
Yeah.
Either way, Olaf's going to start to go back toward A side. Meanwhile, they've got one more player up toward long as well, but walking together, it's Apex. They have to confront first Shox. Brief bit of vision down toward bottom of mid as well, but Apex, they just walk in, don't check. And Shox can hold firm because now it's going to be flush and then that's around the corner, and Apex backs up to find that kill as well. 4 for him in the round.
Looking a little bit out of their depth at the moment. Obviously, the 5-on-3, they're taking a bit of a gamble. Can't really afford to check every single thing, but it looks a little bit too easy for G2 right now. They're just playing with standard positions, getting aggressive at the start of the round, and Fnatic getting picked off 1 by 1. And it has to be another partial buy here. Still quite early days. Yes, it's 6-0, but they could even win the half if they have to lose this round. So no count of it ultimate just yet. As we get into the Tech9 situation with a CZ, a couple of smokes, flashbangs here, and walking into B. A boost comes in from MBK. Perfect position to hold off a round like this, and all 5 players for Fnatic. We'll be flashing over momentarily and hoping to find an entry kill here.
Trying to MBK back away though, flashed off. Finally an M3 kill for Fnatic as Kenny tries to turn back with the AWP, not successfully so. He gets one before going down, but this is much better from Fnatic. This is almost classic. Tech9s push in as hard as possible, beat their rotations to the choke points and take them down as they try and re-enter. It's all onto Apex, 1 versus 2. And the bomb planted. Ooh, he nearly gets spotted out. This could leave a bit of a vulnerable position for Crims on top of the site, but he's got a man pushing up to his left. It's going to be JW. Doesn't hit the shot. Down knows where both are, and Body, or rather, excuse me, Apex is desperate and trying to bait them out. Won't be successful in doing so.
Well, finally, something goes in the favor of Fnatic. They post their first round, and like you said, in classic Fnatic fashion, going towards the B site, flashing in, and managing to find the first kill and the second as well. Tech9's actually overwhelming Kenny S on the AWP. And now they do have a decent amount of cash to work with, and JW on the orb himself. G2 falling back to this double orb scenario every single round they can, it seems, and Shoxy back in the same position, trying to open things up here, going to see the shoulder. Oh, maybe not quite. Another player waiting behind the rock there. That was actually Flusher.
Shox, meanwhile, toward long with Apex. Ooh, spotting lower. That'll pull Shox back. It should. He's got to watch Danger to make sure he's not pushed. But as they cross towards Stables, he's got a front row seat. Problem is, do they go back to take over Danger and get more control? Clearly not, which is a bit peculiar, I have to say. Shox had an opportunity to actually stab them in the back. He finds JW instead. Oh, mistiming on the change of weaponry, but the smoke's out toward balcony. They know there's one inside of it. Flush is going to be watched when he walks through. And Kenny's still trying to find an opportunity on the other side of that smoke with an AWP. So there's one on each wing to cover off the take. Dennis getting the finally an opening kill. It's followed up by Crims for Fnatic, but Kenny's there to trade it back 2 versus 2. And remember, Shox is still out toward long. I take it back. They found him. So It's MBK locked from the site, safe plant easily for Crims, and a long hold coming in from Olaf. Potentially back-to-back rounds pending reset from Fnatic. So MBK with a lot of work to do, slips in through the vents. Olaf, no need to peek from the right, and Crims will stay on top of the site to get the early information on 29. Flash over won't indicate directly where he came from, but it does insinuate a peek coming out from Olaf, and that'll end the round. 6-2, so Fnatic back-to-back. Question is now, what's the money left over on the French side?
I think they've,
decent.
Yeah, it's going to be fine for now. Even though they're buying double orbs, they won't fall back to that. This round, I don't think just get Kenny S. Oh, they do, in fact. They really do want to make this setup work for them. They must have had a lot of success in practice with it recently. We normally talk about it being one of those situational buys, but every gun round, an opportunity they've had, they bring it to the table here. Shoxy towards A, it seems, and Kenny S focusing on B. I think that's a nice way to set things up, and Shoxy once again aggressive towards middle, has no problem at all trying to find the confidence to get that pick, and a run boost towards B as well. I love that from G2. Kenny S can't quite land the shot there, but he spots a player.
I apologize.
What did you do?
I was pressing a cough box on our dead mic.
Ah.
So I just cleared my throat in everyone's ear. I apologize.
It's okay.
I'm gonna move this so it's not near me. No more temptation. But we're ready to roll. MBK pushing up. They pushed this last time with a flash in the MP7. Didn't work out for them. I also interrupted you, Henry. And for that, I'm not quite as sorry.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
Fair enough.
Well, we have got some decent map control coming in from Fnatic here. You can see towards the A side of the map will be Crims and Flusher. They've actually taken the vision away from the CTs that were trying to go for those aggro picks at the start, and they could throw some smokes towards the A side of the map, and they certainly will do towards connecting maybe the bomb side itself. You can see Crims lining it up right now. One's actually going towards a balcony, so this should be some sort of commitment. The bombs are down towards B though, so maybe just trying to pull rotations at this stage to leave Crims there potentially as well. G2 aren't really reacting as of yet. There will be an A-sided attack, but Apex doing some decent work there. Shox chimes in as well. 4-3. Flusher has gone down to 24 as well.
Position for Shox, though. Not bad, because Flusher walks directly into him. It's JW backing away, bomb included. And he's got to rely on Olaf to find a pick. Smoke dissolving. Kenny not quite envision him behind the boxes at long. He'll hold that position. One thing he could... Oh, Kenny might find him first. It's MBK that gets Olaf as well with bomb. JW finds Kenny in return, but 6 seconds, round's gonna be over. I thought maybe Kenny backing away might get caught in the end, but wrong time, wrong place. And it's another round for G2 to make it 7-2. And Fnatic, they go low on money yet. Again, they do have enough on JW based on the save, but 1450 only for Olaf, who's 1-8.
Yeah, that's quite rare. This is normally back in the glory days of Fnatic. Yeah, this is the absolute best. Like when Pronax was like kind of feeling the pressure tactically, they would just take a pause. Then, okay, Olaf, can you just try and find some kills towards B? Always deliver. It was such a sensational map for him, but doesn't seem to be his day today. But we'll go in towards round number 10 here. JW. He's got the AWP once again. I guess you can class this as a force buy considering Flusher has the Tech 9. They are slightly limited with the utility as well. Flusher will be holding towards middle and seeing if there is any aggro from the CTs, which has been quite prevalent so far. But he's only got that Tech 9, so not really much he can do at that range. Take 2 quick dinks to take down any CTs pushing from long A. Fnatic just holding up for now. And in terms of the smokes, they've got 4 remaining. Let's see what those Shox with this decent position towards APC. Uses that smoke on the left-hand side to give him a bit more control towards middle.
JW waiting for an opportunity at long B, but it's Apex and Kenny that'll fall back slightly. More so Apex. 4 in B, I imagine he'll just sit toward connector and be sure to cover it off. He's considering the possibility without information that I'd say, so maybe he'll go a little bit further, but for my sake, and for their sake more than anything, I'd like to see him stay a little bit closer so we can see what these crossfires are capable of from Fnatic's perspective. They'd love him to buzz off, go home, and hang out over on the other side with Shox. And BK, meanwhile, is going to stay inside of the smokes, the first wall back toward Rock, but they leave a gap, and that's not a gap, I take it back. It's kind of getting aggressive to find one, but look at the kills from Fnatic. Crossfires or not, they just obliterate G2 on entry. This will be their 3rd round, surely, because Shox is the last alive, and he's over on A.
Yeah, just to call off call out Olafmeister as well. He actually gets 2 big kills with the AK-47s, both headshots, and manages to shut down that B bomb site. His teammates coming in quickly after as well. Dennis chimes in along with Crims, and just Shoxy trying to save the AWP at this point. It looks like they're going to try and hunt him down as well. This would be quite a harsh reset for the CTs. Last few rounds have been pretty rough for them. Shox does indeed go down, and it will have to be an eco. They cannot buy, they really want it. They could force it. So Shox has 5k, body on 4900. They could go for like another double orb setup, and there's pistols surrounding it. Bit of a high-risk maneuver at this point. Not necessarily required. We'll see where they go for it. M4 comes in for G2. And maybe a little bit more as well. Shoxy, interested to see what he buys. He goes for the AWP, indeed. Not going to give it to Kenny S. Interesting decision. He has been an AWPer as well. And we'll see whether he can light up the scoreboard here. Cobble's certainly one of those maps that lends himself to this sort of situation. Managing to go towards middle like Shoxy has aggressively, then back towards B, just trying to funnel where the T's will be going, dictating the play. And for now, Fnatic not 100% sure what they're up against. They're trying to ascertain, is it going to be an eco at this point? Are they force buying against us? It won't be necessarily clear because they'll come across some pistols, and whether they find Shox is yet to be seen.
Shox goes back inside of B, this time not on the AWP, or excuse me, with the only AWP. It's a body that has the M4. So Kenny sticks to the Deagle. JW aiming high. Whoa, could be found by that pistol, scoped in and nearly his Apex to run and gun. All he really does is get information, takes a bit of damage, and then falls back into the site. But man, oh man, did he ever have a chance to take out JW. With Kenny's magic stick.
It's back.
And Apex is going to go back for more as well. Confirm they are there. Flash in potentially. No, just Kenny's information. Apex has his own flash, so it would have been hard to time that correctly. But let's flush it down. He does find the opening kill. Crims trades. It's more important in this sense because they just need to keep the rifles in place. They get to the site. Nice shot from Kenny, but they know he's at barrels, which means they should, quickly be able to get on top of him. He, in fact, tries to re-peek to catch them off rather than sit and wait for their arrival. But with Dennis doing that deed and Olaf finding Shox, it all comes to the M4 body, who's got it down to a 1 versus 2. Decent chance to catch out Dennis, who finds now that he's inside of the site. Spots him jumping up, just sees the foot, but can't find the angle. And Dennis, he stayed on top of the hut as well. Spots him now, but can't land the shots. And he'll go down as Dennis hits the head with the AK.
Force buy not working out for G2 there. Body doing what he could towards the end of the round. He gets one in the 3v1 situation and spots Dennis as well. But good awareness from Dennis and a nice reaction shot to take him down. And you can see Fnatic reading the economy quite nicely as well. It's going to be 2 MAC-10s for them, which will make light work of these unarmored CTs with default pistols. So should be almost guaranteed round for Fnatic. As I said earlier, even when they're 6-0 down, you can't ever really discount a team like Fnatic. They can always grind their way back into these games, and not really much G2 can do about this situation. Apex trying to spot towards middle, does spot a single player, but Olafmeister, as we said, so strong in his upper platform position. Not going to be giving too much away though. Falls back, and they'll just be doing some nades. We'll drop down and try and get some control with this close range weaponry.
Body sits P2000. It's JW though that has the MAC-10 inside a drop. As Fnatic's pulled this game back in a relatively decent manner, all things considered, from what was, I think, 6-0 down. So 7-4, potentially 7-5. Crims has to be a little bit careful. Damage dealt his direction, but Dennis is there to walk out and get MBK, and that's going to be round done. Kenny found in the Hobbit hole. And Apex downed.
You're going with Hobbit hole?
Hobbit hole is what it's called, my friend.
Yeah. Well, you're the first one to name it, I think, so you might have...
It's just like the Jaden round.
Yeah, that went so well. That's the Hobbit hole on your screen right there. He's got a chicken in there right now. Forget about him. He's
just escaped from the coop to go hang out with the Hobbit. Hobbits are vegetarians, naturally.
Round 13.
They like potatoes, you know, boil them, mash them, put them in a stew.
Yeah, that was one of the original memes.
It's a good one, to be fair.
Oh, round 13 comes in. Kenny S, glass cannon, no defuse kits at all for. And okay, the same
thing.
I reckon they'll commit to it this time. Like, since our last one, they faked towards B.
They could, especially with a player out toward long, but they have to be careful because that player's made a lot of noise.
Yeah,
and he's going to get faced off. Decent smoke, so we're going to watch this land. It's Dennis that's at the corner waiting for this, so it's... Ooh, is that...
No, it's fine. It creates a whole veil.
Okay, so it does create a wall. I thought that one was supposed to go... Oh, no, it is diagonal. Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
deeper at the front of APC. I didn't catch it last time because we swapped over to B.
This is new, though. I like this.
It is an interesting approach. And it's going to start off, though, over to B. It's still a fake because they can get there faster. Nice shot, Kenny. Flashed, smoke, doesn't matter. as JW spots a gun barrel body, slips forward, watch the tracers. He's got to be very careful inside of the archway. I think there's more to those smokes, you're right. The problem is it's such a far commitment away from the site by the time they land. You have to instantly book it down through mid.
Yeah, well, the idea is it's very similar to the NIP, just the exact opposite, if that makes any sense. Like, it's the same position and same mentality. You're throwing smokes to one area of the map, then going to another. I'd like to see them experiment doing those smokes and trying to see whether you can actually use them. It looks like they're for a play in towards the connector area, and then try to maybe segregate any players rotating towards drop down as well. I'm sure there's many options, and they've only shown us the B side of the attack so far with that. But it's going to be G2 picking up a couple of rounds in a row here as we go into the next round. Number 14 coming into the latter stages of the first half here. Still enough money for a buy here for Fnatic, but not a ton of cash available in terms of the AWP, and that run boost comes in once again. Kenny might get caught out here. olofmeister just behind the smoke, and it's a decent flashbang as well. Ooh. Yeah.
Good find from Olof as Kenny cannot escape. Good opening pick from Olof on a B platform that he used to dominate. So getting something rolling for them at 8-5. Chance to pull this half a little bit closer. Fnatic can convert. Shocks, tap, tap, tap. Can't land. Finally does. Apex made swifter work of Dennis on a much more powerful rifle, in my opinion. The AK-47, I don't think it's really an opinion, but the discrepancy of which is for debate. I think it's significant. Shocks will walk out. Oh, that one's much better. Headshot tag in the first. Follows it, but Body actually steals the kill, and the damage coming from Apex was overwhelming to that of Shocks, so he gets the assist. But it leaves poor Olof with 2 kills to find all 5. And a bomb down in the site that he's not going toward.
He has got time, though. So, something to work with here. Changes his position up towards drop down we go. And he'll make his entrance out. I think he's made some noise. Apparently not been heard, though. So, MBK could find someone in a little bit of trouble. olofmeister, I'm going to guarantee he gets his kill. There it is. Now we have got a game on our hands. We'll see whether he can actually finish this one off, but unfortunately only has 29 HP. Time ticking away, and obviously they know his position by now.
Olof near the vents, just getting closer. He can still make this work. Body knows his position, so he'll stay behind the pillar, fortified at stables. And it's on the site. That's low HP. It's Apex, and he's going to bail on this, is he? 11 seconds. He's going to go. He's going to go now. Can't pick up the bomb, and Body hears him the whole time.
Decent attempt by olofmeister, 3 kills in total, but not enough to pick up the round victory there. We go into round number 15. Money's still in an okay position for Fnatic, losing 3 rounds in a row. So AK's come out once more, and we'll go back to that double orb setup for G2. In terms of the scoreboard, olofmeister's started to catch up a little bit now, and you can see JW is the one lacking behind. Olof was actually on 1 and 8, I think, at one point, so he's done a decent job to actually recover.
Olof to go again toward his position at platform. Oh, tags up damage. 24, has to back off immediately. So not quite as successful this time, but it's all for fake. He's trying to hold them. They want to go long. It's Apex down below at mid. This place he found 2 last time we spotted him here. This time he gets 1 immediately. JW, no chance, but what a shot from Crims.
Wow.
Take the photo, Mom. I'm in the sights. Just kidding, I'm gonna kill you. Flusha takes Apex. Don't worry, I'm not very good with references tonight. It's fine. Something's still a little scatterbrained, and I'm sorry, Mom. I never meant to hurt you, but tonight I'm cleaning out my closet.
Okay, he's back.
As Kenny will
He's
get
back.
inside of the smoke. And it's an AWP in his hand. It's Dennis to play with at the top of mid, half wall from Effect. He's gonna go as well. He's got 100 HP. He's gotta be one of the ones to open it up, but oh, nice shot. The arm shown nearly baits in MBK, but he holds on to find it in return. And Flusha and Crims will win out the round for Fnatic. 9-6 in the end of the half.
Yeah, well, Fnatic really brought that back, didn't they? They were 7-0 down. They weren't looking too great, but they showed some great creativity with the tactics, some rounds we haven't seen before. And I'm sure they've got some more tricks up their sleeve for the second half, Matt. So we'll take a break now. Do not go anywhere with the second half of Cobble.
Kenny has stepped up a lot, I have to say. The early start as well from G2 led to great economic strength. They went with 4 SMGs in the first gun round, made it work, but then Fnatic did claw themselves back into a reasonable situation at 9-6.
It took one Tech-9 round towards B that got them straight back in towards the game.
round.
Yeah, so that was quite nice to see. A little bit of magic from those lesser pistols, but we'll see whether they can continue that form. They do lose the half 9-6 in total. Pistol going to be very influential. If G2 pick it up, they're going to have quite an easy run here on the T side. But we'll see what they can do as we get into it. Very similar buy, 4 sets of armor and shocks. He's got the Molotov, no smoke. That's interesting. He'll be using that towards the steps position or towards chicken coop, wherever he sees fit. But Olofmeister, oh, aggressive, of course, does not find the first hit there. He'll be falling back now.
Olaf. Taken down, not quite, does get body, but tagged up. He's only on 56. I thought that was going to be much worse. It's him that steps up to find Apex, and then Crims arrives at the party. Nice shot towards Shonks. It's Kenny in a 1 versus 4. P2, no, excuse me, Glock. No, P2000 didn't swap that over. He's still got a Glock, and a Glock is useless, and Olaf shows him why. 9-7. Fnatic can tie this 9-9 right now.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that strategy from G2. We've kind of discussed it a lot, especially in Vegas. Most teams actually slowing things down right at the start, seeing what CT approach comes in, using their smoke towards connector, then you may be going for an A split or actually just hitting the B in total, but they didn't buy a smoke and they got shut down by Olofmeister, not necessarily getting the first shot and getting the pick. He actually goes and gets some damage, spots all 4, and his teammates can rotate in and actually having quite an easy run at that point. Similar story though for G2 after losing the pistol. They're going to be on Tech-9's body's just burning alive. They're down to 31 HP. Lucky to still be running in this area, and they does more damage as well. And it's going to be JW to finish him off there. 5 on 4. And no, options very limited for the T side here, taking a ton of damage.
Decent damage as D just flushing now, looks for more. JW careful on the reload. Stops it up, realizes he's got people to kill. It's far more important than getting bullets in your gun. Especially if you got enough left over to kill people with. JW will find him inside of the smoke, but Flusha, he gets Kenny and steps up as well to find shots. We know he loves a good UMP. Loves the UMP, that one.
Yeah, a lot of top players do these days. But there's some names that come to mind. Nico especially, he's one of the kind of front runners with that weapon. Seems to use it like a rifle sometimes.
FaZe Nico.
Yeah, FaZe Nico indeed. I'm so excited to see them.
Same.
That's going to be so nuts. If you can continue to form from Vegas, can you imagine? It's going to be nuts.
I think there's a chance he will, you know. I think he's been relieved of stress and his duties as in-game leading. I think it'll all start to go full circle for him. Obviously, Dennis was doing a little more of the in-game leading toward the end, but still.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting to watch. Well, Fnatic, they've won the pistol in the second round as well, so it's going to be just P250s, Glocks. Not really much for G2 to do in this round. JW got some brag stage just in the Tech-9, interesting enough. Same story for Crims as well. As we flush out the first bit of confrontation there, he takes that Apex. JW is still hunting for the kills here, manages to get 1 kill. I would speculate he gets a couple more, apparently not. Crims has to assist him in finding shots.
Through, Dennis finds yet another, and it's 9-9, just like that question is. Okay, they've got 2 M4s, 1 death, and Crims with the Tech-9. They'll go to rifles predominantly. Inevitably, Crims grabs the A1S. We grab a camera in the air. And the 2 AKs brought over, so it's going to be 3 AKs. An A1S. An AWP. Hang on. How are you in the game? Did you crash?
I crashed.
Oh, I looked at your screen thinking you were... I messed up the buy. There's no AKs.
No, there is.
Calm down. On the other side, I meant...
Oh, right.
You're still in the lot. It's all swapped up. So
tell you what,
it's...
let's turn that off.
Yeah, turn that off. You've confused me completely. There's UMPs,
I crashed.
2 M4s, and an op. I was looking over going, that buy doesn't make sense. What? They didn't save AKs. How are those on the CT side? But it's going to be MBK to take down Dennis. It is with an AK, and it is on the terrorist side. Olaf trying to spray through, can't find anything in return. Has to get the reload in. And it's tags considerably onto NBK and Kenny. Olaf wants closer, plays Cubby, has to watch Chicken Coop because if he leaves himself exposed and swings Statue, not only is he open toward platform, but Body finds him. So instead, he's going to hold off on Statue to let Body show himself, then take the peek toward MBK. Well-timed, Olaf, well-read. Knew he was there, baited him out by looking elsewhere, and a smoke off, 6 HP, 5-second full defuse coming in, but Shocks, he's late to it, has to rush out now to try and stop it. Won't, goes down, round to Fnatic.
What a fantastic retake that was. It looked so promising for G2 at the start of the round there. Full execution towards B, the smokes were good. Flashbangs were on point as well, finding the first couple of kills. But Olaf Meister, he's got himself in the 5th gear at this point. That was some vintage stuff from him. Going into the site, finding the low HP player, spinning around 180 to take down Body, who was a Chicken Coop as well. His teammates chimed in at that point, and a very, very good run from Fnatic. They go to number 5 here with the bomb planted and the lost bonus accumulating. G2 do manage to get it by up, but you can see it's very limited. Yes, they have the AWP in the hands of Kenny S, but Khalil for Shoxy, and actually not really many grenades to speak of whatsoever. Only 1 smoke as we enter the 1:35 mark, so you have a bit of a rough time here, but you never can know when Kenny S has that AWP in his hand.
Smoke out from Olaf. Plays inside a Hobbit hole. Kenny, meanwhile, with an AWP, is going to stare down toward the B platform position where Olaf is electing to be more passive on this time. Have to consider Body. Top of drop as he looks to find an access point. The rest of his team accumulate behind him inside of the halls, which will now also have MBK rotating in that direction. Kenny starts the charge. He'll go down first. Smoke, or rather flames, still in front of him. Where there's fire, there's smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That doesn't work in CS.
No.
Shot from far, though. Olaf is able to pick up Apex. Knows there's smoke out in front of him, so he actually walks on the stairs to find that exact position toward Arch. They had no one peeking it. They're playing Rock and passive instead. And it's Crims that's now going to turn and support Olaf, who just supported him. Flash goes out. Olaf finds another and another. 2 in total. And great team play, but it does mean that Crims going down after Apex does opens a little bit of space. Dennis now has to hold position. And JW, he's bought space behind the rock. Body spots him up. Flash goes over, but it blinds both, and Dennis is in position to capitalize on Kenny. It's all down to Body, and a nade going in, damage to be dealt. It's minimal, 59 HP, but round is very limited in its options. He's going to get forced out, taken down by Dennis.
Olaf putting on a bit of a show at the moment. 3 kills for him, aggressive towards the platform area, getting flashed in by his teammates, mowing 3 of them down, and actually maybe forcing G2 and Eco as well here. Remember, when you first half, Fnatic were down 0-7, so they've done a fantastic job here, especially in the second half. Haven't given a single round away so far. G2 down to another partial buy. They're maximum loss bonus now, so going to 4 Tech 9s and some utility and some body armor, and they'll be looking to buy for the next round. Now it's the double AWP set up for Fnatic. Secondary AWP will be Dennis, and we've always talked about this team and the way they mix things up with the AWPs. Never been consistent. We'll see whether this works out for them. Body, Molotov towards Chicken Coop. And I'm sure they'll be capitalizing momentarily with the flashbangs.
Smoke in, flashes, capitalize indeed because Olaf completely blinded. Dennis stuck inside of the Chicken Coop, pops out in time, 5-7. Finds a quick kill. As he wraps around though, he's got company on both sides, and much like Fnatic's fast Tech 9 round, it's G2 to go aggressive inside of the B site with wall of smoke and get the plant in. MBK, 41 HP, is gonna stay on Statue. The flames reach him, backs up, and it's Crims to get the kill. Kenny makes up for it though because he's got the AWP dropped by Dennis and can start to hold the line. It's Flusha that wants to Flusha him out with a nade, a Molotov at that. Can't quite line it up, does reach him in the end. Great shot, and now he's got a great chance, Great Scott, because it's 17 HP for Shocks, no armor, and Flush has tapped it, holding the line. Shocks has to peek perfectly, very nearly taken down in return, and Flusha changes his angle once more. He has to check, and Flusha knows it. It's close. That's very close, but it's diffused.
Just about. That's, yeah, 0.4 seconds remaining. Luckily, the stat saving me there. I wasn't going to speculate too wildly there, but it works out. There it is. I was about to say, I had it ready in the chamber to say that both teams enter the game with a Tech-9 round towards B, but Fnatic deny it once again. But Bomb Planting G2 have a lot of money going into this round. Haven't managed to post a single round in the second half just yet, though. Number 7 comes in. And we'll see what they can do here. KNES back on towards that AWP, and a different setup this time from Fnatic. 2 towards long A. JW will be baiting in Flushing. See that on the minimap right now on the left-hand side. JW takes the first shot. He'll fall back. Flusher then, presumably, going to spray as many players as he can down. And it could work out as well. G2 actually hunting towards this area. Flash will be coming in. Maybe that's a Molotov to actually kick things off. This could actually foil their plans.
JW times it well, gets Kenny blinded off the jump to bait. He hits the second shot and then Flushes steps out. The Molotov does nothing to prevent him from finding such kills. Body gets one in return. But Fnatic has definitely reversed the fates on this map, I have to say. They dominate thus far in the second half.
Yeah.
And they look as though they'll continue to do so as Olaf pushes forward to find Shocks.
They're looking very good on this CT half. You know what? That Molotov actually helps them out a little bit.
Remember that Fnatic beat these guys, this super team, in the IEM Katowice qualifiers. I have no idea why I said it that way. More because Karn had the tweet that had the link to Liquipedia.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Well then, no one on the GT side really stepping up as of yet. As I was about to say, that Molotov towards long A actually helps Flusher somewhat, you know, because he was going to be hiding completely baited in by the AWPer. The AWPer actually takes the first shot. His teammate goes to the wide peak at that point, gets a kill as well, and then he gets the second one. So it actually forces him to take the challenge, and he just nails a shot. And G2 now taking the tactical pause, and probably the right time to do so. As we know from Matthew's previous blunder, I do not have the PC now. It's crashed, so we can't even spectate as to what they'll be doing. I can't see the money. But
it's fine.
They do get $3,400 into this round. So some of the players might have some residual cash. They probably could buy up into this one.
How many bomb plants in that string of 5 rounds did they get? 1 on the pistol round, which they bought into last time. It's going to be close.
Yeah, I would say probably Tech-9s, armor, smokes, and flashes. There's a couple of AKs coming in. And pause, presumably coming out. So there it is, 4 AKs at Galil. They do have more than we expected. As we get to round number 8. Molotov towards the upper platform there, but Olaf Meister giving them the same favor in return.
Molotovs aplenty, stacked in fact, underneath the arch at Long B, and 2, 1 at arch, 1 on stairs. Do you want to roast marshmallows? That's where I would go. Dennis lined them up, but it's NBK that comes out winning the exchange as the AKs blaze a trail toward JW, who nearly finds a 3rd inside of the smoke. Nade goes deep, it's just slightly wide of Body, who's now on 54, and JW's trying to back his way through the smokes with an AWP in hand, but Body spots the gun barrel all too easy for him, and now it's finally, potentially, I won't say it until it's done, a round for G2, because Flush has clutched these back in the past.
He certainly has. Decent incendiary to make the Body actually take their face at that point. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Flusher has information as to where KNES is. Drops a smoke on the bomb as well. Round over. Yeah, Shoxy, good awareness, good rotation. Takes him down. So Flusher, his chances are thwarted. And they still have plenty of money going to the next round, but that's the first one posted now by G2. JW, this second shot was pretty nuts. My God, that was fast. And the nade as well actually landed on the bomb planter, so he had a decent chance there. And there's JW. Hasn't had the best of games. I don't think that stat's completely up to date from that previous round, but here he goes again towards middle. Double up setup once again. Olaf Meister. But this time it was Dennis before. Like we said, this team more than happy to swap responsibilities up on the roles, especially with the sniper rifle. And it's one thing we've always talked about, Matt, and they seem to be happy with it, but the results really do speak for themselves. There's not many teams who operate in that manner. They have 1 main AWPer, a secondary AWPer, and maybe that secondary AWPer role changes per map, but normally your superstars have to be, like, if you want to be a consistent top AWPer, you need to be having the same names AWPing every single time, in my opinion. Maybe it's something Chad can discuss on the desk as well.
It's definitely something that they can discuss. Whether or not they will, Henry, it's yet to be determined. Stay tuned to find out. The desk coming up after this brief introduction of a game.
Yeah, that's what everyone's really tuning in for.
Apex already down inside of a drop. Has Crims backing toward the window to contain. passive from inside of the site this time, not a close hold from Rock on the other side of E-Box. It's going to be Olaf with the AWP playing at the statue, but Dennis starts off by getting Kenny. And Crims rotates back inside of the site because they pull over a second player from the B site. That's Flusha, but he's gone down, and Crims, struggling to find the angle, ends up losing a man beside him before getting the kill in return. It gives MBK a brief chance at this. Problem is they're facing a reset, and he's in a 1 versus 2 flashover, and JW's already found him. It's 14 rounds Fnatic.
Certainly is. Doing a good job there at the start of the round to shut down G2. They're going towards B. Kenny is trying to open things up with that first pick, but Dennis aggressive with the M4, finds him, gets a second as well, falls back. Olafmeister managing to spray a lot more remaining player down, but G2 now in a lot of trouble. They do sort of force bind this round. There's a lot of, well, some money left over. I think I saw a couple of $1,000 left over, but looking down the barrel at match point here. I'll just remind you, yes, there are 2 maps tonight, but they both contribute to the league separately. The winner map is considered just a win in general. So Tech9s, a CZ in the hands of MBK, and what started so fantastically on Cobble has fallen apart here for G2 in the second half. So our predictions of them using that time when they weren't at Vegas to kind of boot camp and practice and be ready.
Didn't work.
Well, not necessarily hasn't worked. It's very difficult to judge anything from these online games. You know, like it's not like both teams are operating. Maybe they would have like a top event. You know, it's very difficult to ascertain too much information.
He did do well, I will say, they did do well to find those new smoke setup. They just never made it work on the Fnatic side. But they were obviously at the event, and G2 showing nothing of nature to try and be as creative. Pretty straightforward. I have to say Flusha's Molotov on top of the B site's quite impressive too. He's used that twice to move people in the post plant. As it's all MBK yet again, and it's going to be map point for Fnatic. Nice shot to find JW, but Flusha's there to trade off immediately, and it gives us 1 round to go in map number 1. Remember, it's 2 individual best of ones, and G2, this would put them 0 for 3 on the year, I think, if they don't win this one.
Yeah, they've only played 2 games so far against Envious. So yeah, 0 and 3. Up against some like classic rivals as well in terms of the organization. So it's been a rough start for them in terms of the games they've kicked it off with. But here comes potentially the final round. They're only on the second stage loss bonus here. So Tech9s, like a little bit of utility. Last chance saloon really, and Olafmeister aggressive. Can't nail the shot, but spots 2 or 3 there. Will be falling back, and there's a response from Fnatic. Throwing in some HE grenades and incendiaries as well up the body now to try and make something happen. But Olafmeister getting flashed, but actually decides to fall back. I thought he'd commit to that one.
Spraying through, desperate to get damage done, can't find any. And a bomb plant comes in from G2 on Tech9s, and a Galil from Kenny. Olaf anticipating the boost, nearly tries to jump up and spot in return, but as they get aggressive, Crims holds off the line. Nice shot on Kenny. Down goes the rifle, and he hits that through the chicken coop. And Olaf's gonna go onto the site, knows there's one immediately behind it, the leg shot, knows it is, and immediately goes to the pistol, but Flusha finds the kill instead. With the pistol, though, from range, he's gotta find the shot toward long. There's still a chance in this for G2, as it is a 2 versus 2. It's better than that. No, it's not. Crims didn't go down. I thought that was an updated obituary. It's not Shocks, though. He's going to make it awkward for Crims. Finds one. Time ever ticking. And I think they know it's gone, so let's just have a little fun. Knife, knife. Please knife, please knife. Always knife.
Always knife. Advice from Sedicus there. Always pull out the knife in those situations, but
in any situation.
You know what? That's actually a really big round for G2. In terms of making this a realistic comeback, that round works out. The money's going to be super low now for Fnatic. They do lose all 5 players, but they actually have the advantage. Fnatic, considering they have match point here, they should probably eco, and there's a chance for G2 to really get their team stank into the second half. That's only the second round. Remember, that's first half finished 9-6. So far, they've only found 2 rounds in the second half. Back towards B we go. And that B execution of the Tech9s could be the lifeline that brings it to overtime. We'll see what happens as we go forward. MBK looking very confident here. Got a simple execution. There's a flashbang in. No smokes really used at all. And yeah, it should be a clean sweep.
Yeah, we could have a game on our hands. We could indeed. I said they were going to go 0-3. Maybe not. They'll get 1 kill here from JW. Not quite as efficiently as he might have hoped, so won't go after the gun yet. Wants them to think that he is, and then he'll hold above and potentially get a second shot as the round expires, and then pick up a weapon. Because if he commits down drop, there's nowhere to hide except in connector. Goes now, body finds it, no gun to be had.
Certainly not. Well then, G2 Like we said, very simple execution toward the B side of the map. A couple of flashbangs over. They're reading the economic situation for Fnatic very well indeed. And another eco for Fnatic. It does make sense. You've got match point at this point. That's not overcommit. That's not forced into situations that are unfavorable. Every map counts, like we said. So best of ones, you want to make sure you're going for the intelligent buys instead of trying to close things out quickly. So still a possibility to win these rounds with the CZs, right? But ooh, dangerously close there to ahead of one of the Fnatic players towards the mid doors. But at this point, I think I've heard a few shots at the pistols, so G2 will be aware and can just operate with the AK-47s. Flashbangs and smokes towards long A. MBK's there with the bomb as well. 2 players accompanying him, and they will be going for that long A control. 1 player towards B, just showing his Anderson presence towards that position.
So lining up for default over toward the A site. With 4 players inside of it, they have to be very careful because Shocks, he's just going back in that direction now. Flusher will spot a Molotov. A second one goes beyond him. Oh, he's got to make a decision. Get out while he can. 86 HP. Makes it to the corner. They don't hit the tags either, so he's evaded them at least a moment longer through the door. JW tagged it now. As Flusher goes, this is starting to fall apart. I thought there was a chance with the stack up that could make it work. Unfortunately for them, they're all going to be found, with the exception of Crims, who has bomb and AK picked up, but no armor, sprayed through. Apex finding him. It's all off in a 1 versus. Finish my sentence, Henry. It's what you normally do.
3.
Thank you.
Is that what I normally do?
Yeah.
That one wasn't really
We're at the level now.
The alley-oop we
No,
normally
it's
have. That's why would I jump in there?
It's fine.
Well, okay then. Round number 14. So this is why Fnatic, they wanted to make sure they have absolutely everything to work with here. Bring out the AWPs, and you can see Dennis double AWP, okay? Like we said, it's been all off AWPing as well. Now Dennis having a go. Only 1 kit, but they do have the firepower to work with here. Trying to close things out with the sniper rifles. Flush up towards long A, and JW. Oh, I thought he was going to nail that shot towards Danger. Can't quite hit it, and takes 52 damage there as he falls back. MBK and Body facing at the same time, so Flusher will be taking control of Danger in the meanwhile.
That's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
That's about as well thrown as it could be. That was like having a temporary 3rd testicle that blew up for MBK. That's pretty much.
That's what I was thinking as well. I was going to finish your sentence there, and that's exactly what I was thinking.
I knew you were.
So
it's always on your mind, Henry. Apex will back away with Kenny. They'll have to. Not able to gain or ascertain any map control over toward A. Smoke top drop. They won't go that direction just yet. They just want to establish a presence toward the corner. Pink gloves, pink knives, pink everything. Red flames. White flash. Dennis. AWP is going to pop back out with his lovely worm. God misses the shot, though. Hopefully he doesn't have worms because that gun is struggling to find kills. It's going to be a Flusher to get back Body. Look at the flurry of exchanges. It's a 1 versus 1, and the fight has just begun. It's Apex has to go back for the bomb, but he's got time, 36, to get back over if he'd elect to the A site.
Well, then the tension mounts. 25 seconds remaining. I thought he was going towards drop down at that point. Here we go. This is some professional observing for you. It's going to cost him 13 seconds to run to the bomb site. He needs +4 of that to actually plant the bomb. So it's going to be very tight indeed. You have about 1 second to spare once he gets to the site. All right, it's a bit more than that. Oh, there you go. It's about right. So 2 or 3 seconds out as we get into the 1v1 situation. Apex now. Huge advantage. JW no kit, AWP as well, a nightmare weapons to bring into this sort of situation.
Apex trying to hold it, spots it and nails it. And G2 will get us to a 14th round, and Fnatic failing to close out on the game means that overtime becomes a real possibility.
Yeah, all those ecos, and it comes down to the 1v1. Apex, really nice play there. Times it to perfection to get the bomb down. He gets it planted, and as soon as that bomb's dropped, not really much Flusher could do in that situation. He's just got an absolute nightmare. No kit, no nades, AWP, lost track of it completely, and might not be over just yet, but it's looking very promising to be in overtime. UMPs, a max 7, just a CZ. Comes down to this first kill. If Fnatic can get it and upgrade to a rifle, then their percentage chances increase, but towards B, that's where GT looks to be heading. 1 player holding towards middle. Fnatic will just smoke off the entrance there. maybe flash in and try and take control of the upper platform soon. That just denies vision from an AWPer.
Waiting and waiting and waiting. Fnatic, they've been waiting to try and close out this game. Pop flash in, buys a bit of space for Dennis, who now knows they're all there, waits for it as well. Headshot on the first, falls back into position. Can't quite line it up. It's JW that's gonna resume duties. He gets one more, two more, bomb down as well. A chance as Kenny swoops in. And on his AWP, finds a fast frag, but JW is still searching for more. Flash around, catches out MBK. One to find, it's Kenny. Nice opening shot. And it's flush it behind the site, but it's an AWP flash off, and Fnatic get it 16-14.
Just about pick it up there. What an exciting way to finish things off. And Fnatic, after going 7-0 down, they pull it back and deny G2 overtime as well. It's the UMPs, the Max 7s and CZs. Kind of a classic Fnatic finish, is it not? And there it is. Kind of a bit of a brawl towards the end of the round. Flashes everywhere, everyone getting AT graded down, and close range UMP action. And Fnatic pick it up.
Impressive win, I have to say. Impressive comeback. I think on that note, we should just probably send it immediately. A nice long game, considering we have a shortened schedule. Chad and Alex, I don't know what else to say.
Thank you very much, Matt. There, yes, indeed, a nice long game. A full 30 rounds for us to enjoy, and we do get to see eventually, in true Fnatic style, they win with Mag 7s and UMPs, Chad. That's exactly how it does end. I mean, quite a fitting ending to a full 30-round game.
Always fun.
Always is.
I was really impressed with the first gun round of the first half by both teams.
Okay,
right?
walk me through it.
G2, they held on to the SMGs. They almost had the Jaden round. They only had one M4, I believe. And they did an aggressive SMG move where they put all 5 players over towards the B bomb site. They boosted up drop. They had really like a lot of aggression on the B platform, set smokes. They pushed up, found a lot of information, early frags. And that meant they were able to rotate numbers back over towards that A site. And from there, I think they found themselves in a 3-on-5 situation or something like that. On the flip side of that, you saw that Fnatic did some really inventive smokes. It was, as Henry was saying, it was like the nib smokes.
One?
Yeah, and they were throwing them towards A to create a wall to the truck. And it was actually like if you were going to go A long and go onto the site, but they were going to use it as a fake. So the idea there was they were going to get A-long control. Once they had A-long control, go back and throw those smokes, maybe leave one player there to sell that fake, and then just go B. Unfortunately, it didn't happen that way because they got picked off, but the idea was there. And the issue there is because it was seen and it didn't work, when they tried to do it later on, they knew it was a fake, right? And they just didn't rotate from the B site.
But I mean, in theory, you could use that for an A execute.
Yes,
I don't know
you
why
could.
it was kind of odd to.
Well, it's because you're throwing 3 smokes from a very passive position, so you must have the other 2 members pushed up relatively far.
Understood.
And then you're going to have to wait, and the rotation would come in, and if they know how to counter it.
Yeah, which is the reason why we don't see A executes all the time.
Yeah, there are other ways to do it. You know, you can do the smokes from the A-long area, the map, maybe not able to do the same ones, but you definitely can do them.
Yeah, and much closer.
Yeah, and then when we flipped over, Fnatic just had like the run of the luck, I suppose. Like they were actually having to do the right things, but it seemed like all the clutch and retake situations went in their favor. They were able to retake that B bomb site a couple of times when they were down in numbers. Olaf had that round where he was pushing up Statue and Body was just at the chicken coop. And if Body had just peeked out, he would have slammed Olaf. But he waited until Olaf pushed up, and Body was doing the right thing because he wanted to be able to trade. Olaf was able to push up, get super close, find a frag on a platform player who wasn't expecting him there, and then quickly flick around and take Body. So that was a great play by him too.
Yeah, talking of great plays, if you do cast your eyes on the scoreboard, I mean, I'm seeing 26 for Flusher. Olaf had a spectacular game as well, just seeing some of his controls. I always get a little bit more excited when I see Olaf's name filling the kill feed, just because I just want to see if we ever get that old Olaf back.
Yeah, something that I have to say a bit negative about G2 was the double AWP on the first half with Shox. I feel like if you're going to have an AWP like Kenny on your team, you want to give him as much freedom as possible. You want him to be able to choose if he wants to AWP A, if he wants to be able to AWP B. All these different moves, you want to try and facilitate a really good AWP like that. By having Shox being on the AWP the majority of the time, it makes it difficult for him. So I was a bit skeptical of that, but Shox he's a good AWPer as well. You know, you could even say he might be the second best AWPer in France.
Yeah, and that's what's so crazy is we haven't seen Shoxy on the AWP consistently in what feels like forever.
I normally, just as a rule of thumb, don't think 2 AWPs on Cobble is a great idea, especially if you're versing a team who can do a lot of executes and take bomb site control, because it's very hard to retake. So I thought it was an interesting choice. And one last thing, I think I just want to talk about the importance of the B explosions. We saw both teams being able to use Tech Knights and rifles. When you're low on utility, you can use one flash, maybe one smoke, and explode onto that B site, do a little U-turn jump from the broken wall and push up along that laneway and take some really advantageous duels.
And indeed, we saw it working for both sides of that battle on Cobble. That does conclude, though. We do see the Swedes take the first in the series. We have a second on the cards. In this one, perhaps there will be some light at the end of the tunnel for the French. It's Train coming up straight after the break.
Toot toot.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Two big shots in a row. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Fnatic! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a left. He's gonna get it. It's a headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what could have been an action-packed day of Counter-Strike unfortunately will not be. Due to various unforeseen circumstances, we won't even be able to play the second map of the only game we're going to be bringing you today, of course, G2 versus Fnatic. We've got a good couple, though, and I say we, myself and Chad, are still hanging out here. Henry and Sailor were currently half naked, getting themselves ready to go and have some din-dins, but Chad, we did get at least a full 30 rounds on Cobble. We got to see a bit of Fnatic and G2 in action. We don't have the complete word on what we're going to be doing with this game regarding that train map. It will be played on air, off air. The answers will be provided later.
Yeah, that's going to happen later on, definitely. But it was a really good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with both teams, what they brought, a bit of innovation from both of them. It looked like they had clear plans. It wasn't just, you know, go to your spots and hold. There was a lot going on there, and I really enjoyed the match.
So, I mean, this is a good sign of things to come. You know what? They'll have more time as well to go ahead and put some thoughts process into Train, which will be played a little later on. Still, this is the standings, and they have been updated. An extra win on the board for Fnatic, the first of which you can see there, 1 win, 2 losses for Fnatic, and G2 did concede that third. You can see that 0-3 plaguing them. Yet to get a win. Maybe Train will be that for them another time here for the ESL Pro League. The season has only just begun, but currently the French side, Envy, holding that top spot. That's going to be such a good feeling for Happy and co. Just really kicking off the season.
He could even be smiling.
I mean, I've seen a picture. It does exist. The guy does smile. Back in the day. Back in the day, he used to smile.
Yeah, the stress gets to all of us.
Yeah, it really does. Absolutely. And perhaps there'll be some stress in North America. We'll update you whether that's going to be going down or not. Either way, those were today's results, and tomorrow we do have some fine dining for you Counter-Strike fans. It's going to be some Mouse Sports to start us off versus Kinguin. Now, Kinguin have actually been very impressive lately.
Yeah, they're a team who's just grinding away, right? We've said that they have absolutely no chance getting into that VP team. That's even more solidified by the words of VP lately, that they're such a family and stuff. So these guys, Kinguin, they're the next best team in Poland, and they're going to try and grind themselves. I think they've got the whatever's left of the Polish stars, put them into one squad, and they have good structure. And for some reason, these Polish teams have these crazy running smokes, all this kind of like stuff you never see before. It's really interesting Counter-Strike.
And you're talking about interesting Counter-Strike. It is going to be very interesting to see what LDLC make of Astralis. I mean, you've got like two very different ends of the spectrum, newly added to the Pro League, defending world champions, and so it's going to be very interesting to see how a team that's been battling the Premier fight deals with world champions, and just to see if they can get anything running there. That's going to be kind of cool to see. Yeah,
well, they can surprise, right? That's the fact they have. You wouldn't expect Astralis to be putting in like too many anti-strats and stuff like that. It's just like business as usual for them. But yeah, LDLC, they do have a surprise factor. We saw Maniac having a relatively good game last night, which I think was a surprise to Henry, definitely. but interesting matchup.
And that is all going to be coming up tomorrow. For you guys at home, you have that to look forward to. We apologize, we couldn't give you much more this evening, but unforeseen circumstances can sometimes throw a spanner in the works. So we are going to go ahead and wave goodbye. Thanks for joining us all the same, though, and more Counter-Strike tomorrow for the ESL Pro League as it does continue. Same time, same place.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Code! 2 big shots in a row. Fnatic's about to bring it back now. All on Eco. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Eco. Oh no, Fnatic! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get it in that headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We play for the legacy. We play for the prestige. We play for the glory. We play for one goal.
Hello everyone and welcome to Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. My name's Karath and I'm joined by Brainstorm for today, and we have some excellent matches coming up.
We do, and exciting that we have Winterfox on stream today along with a lot of other good teams, but we get to cast an Australian-New Zealand team, which is always exciting for us.
Well, now primarily New Zealand, after, well, we do have a, surprising pickup of the lineup because it hasn't been officially revealed, so hopefully finally it can be revealed. And for our second matchup, I believe it's SK Gaming up against Complexity.
Which is going to be very interesting indeed because SK, of course, that team they were the world beaters last year. They've won both the majors. They've looked so dominant. And, of course, they have made their own roster change recently. They've brought in Phelps in place of FNX. So we'll have to see how that one affects them. But certainly an incredibly dominant team. We'll have to see if Complexity can stand up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw FNX play yesterday, so let's see how Phelps does this time. Obviously, the two shuffling around. Let's see how Phelps incorporates himself in SK Gaming. But first, let's talk a little bit more about the CLG as well as Winterfox lineup, and let's take an overlook, I guess, at the entire schedule. On the mainstream, you have Misfits up against Team Liquid. Misfits coming off a 2-0 victory. Not the most comfortable victory against Rush, but they did the job, as well as Luminosity Gaming up against Renegade. Luminosity Gaming definitely want to take this one.
Of course. I mean, Renegades are the other Australian team in this one. If you don't know who they are, of course, they're over in North America now. But Luminosity is the other Brazilian lineup, of which I believe we have 3 in the North American region now. So it'll be interesting to see if they can take the fight to Renegades.
I mean, they pushed Immortals to the limit, so definitely possible to do. And obviously, on today's stream over here, we've got CLG versus Winterfox. We'd like to see how the Winterfox lineup does. CLG, at the same time, they had a couple of problems in the last couple of days, but we'll talk more about that later. As well as later in the evening, we've got Complexity up against SK Gaming, which, should be an absolute blockbuster as well. SK Gaming, always a delight to watch.
Yeah, of course. I mean, SK, as we said, just one of those teams who are so strong. I mean, I don't think they're officially #1 in the world anymore, but they'd have to be close. I think they're still in the top 3.
They're top 5.
They're top 5, absolutely. Yeah. And they're always going to be competitive, even if it's not a map they're perhaps so good on. They've got the skill, they've got the aim, they've got the players to just really be able to take the fight to any team they play on any map.
Yeah. Okay. So let's bring it back towards, I guess, CLG and Winterfox. I mean, we're still obviously waiting to confirm the Winterfox lineup, though it's been highly touted. Who the replacement's going to be. Let's talk a little bit about CLG. Well, before talking about CLG, I guess let's talk about. Do you think CLG can make it to the finals?
I think CLG have a shot. I mean, every team here has a shot. That's the advantage of Pro League, and especially when we're so early on, because it depends on how you play over the whole league. So winning your early games is great. Losing them, not so great, but you've still got a whole season to make up for that. So I think every team has a shot here because they're all here. They all deserve to be here. So we'll have to see who turns up in their matches.
Yeah, obviously, every single team want to win their matches because they want to compete at the Dallas Finals. If you didn't catch the information below, just head over towards proleague.com/Dallas, and I believe they're competing out for a $1 million prize pool for season number 5. Absolutely huge. That's US dollars, so that's a lot of money for, I guess, us dollary dudes. That's even more. So yeah, a lot of stake on the line for a lot of these teams.
Absolutely, that is a massive payday, and that's something they want to be involved in. And it's great to see this growth in Counter-Strike as a whole. We're moving towards a lot of $1 million prize pools. I mean, the majors are $1 million prize pools. We're having these tournaments hosted overseas. You look at ECS, we've got leagues, we're just having everything, all with these massive prize pools. So I think this year, 2017, in Counter-Strike is going to be more competitive than ever.
Absolutely. Let's take a look towards the team lineups because we finally have them ready. And Winterfox, they will be announcing their new player. And to nobody's surprise, or to everyone's surprise, I guess, it is Raz from, I guess, old Parallax. We know him, obviously, from the Oceanic scene. Definitely towards the mid-half of 2016, had a dominating performance. We'd love to see how he slots in. Now, they don't have stats yet because they haven't played any matches as opposed to Counterlogic Gaming, who I guess came off a very, very rough 1-1 against Selfless Gaming. Definitely not the... I mean, sure, they got the 1 victory, but they probably wanted the 2-0 up against Selfless Gaming.
Yes, and if nothing else, they wanted to be more competitive. That second map which they lost was a 16-7 against them on Cobblestone. So even if you are going to lose, you'd think you want to be more competitive than a 16-7. You want to have at least double digits, maybe getting towards your 12 or 13 kind of mark.
Absolutely, and I think looking towards the stats there, once again, only towards the beginning of the season so far, it's not indicative of multiple trends, but Sub-Rosa, as I guess the primary firepower, definitely needs to lift his game coming on towards the first map between these two teams because, if he doesn't, the Riflers on the side of Winterfox, you've got EMAG, you've got Zuzi, Offner, as well as Moko or APOC, who will rip you to shreds if you're not in your A game. They will, APOC will lock down a line, and we've seen how sharp he can be with that M4.
Absolutely. And I mean, in terms of that CLG lineup, it's worth pointing out that Kusta coming over to them from Old Liquid and then Enemy and then Liquid was an AWPer. He's now a rifler. But here we go. CLG versus Winterfox. Map is going to be caged. Pistol round is already live. Looks like we've got CLG starting on the T side and some fast mid control already being taken.
Well, Apoc's just going to lock down that Z connector area. Gets the first headshot. Raz opening up onto what's Kusta as well. Off move though. Oh, that's an absolute dirty shot. But now the retake begins towards the B side. Ethan does well to dink a couple of players out. Gets one, gets the second one towards EMAG as well. Zuzi back towards CT. Does manage to get the kill. Apoc will be traded out by Cutlass. And now forcing it towards a one-on-one. Zuzi does have the kit, but no body armor. Should be able to take this B side quite easily with the 2 flashbangs. But Cutler wide peeking is going to give himself away. Zuzi so low. Cutler, one shot from taking out the clutch. And he should be able to take it because Zuzi is slowly pushing in. Zuzi, huge shot coming out. 1-0 towards Winterfox.
Yeah, he's got that kit as well, so there's plenty of time to jump on that defuse. That was a chaotic pistol round there. Fights being taken. I mean, the majority of the early damage wasn't even done on either of the bomb sites. The bomb went down on E. There was kills B. There was kills happening over towards the A side of the map and in mid, which is certainly not standard. But Winterfox, with that I believe it was a 1-on-2 won by Zuzi there, will get themselves that first round, and they'll be able to get into a bye here. They're going to be going for 2 M4s, 3 UMPs. They've got the M4s if, they need to isolate, shut down the long range. But the UMP is going to be looking to mop up the kills, get themselves the cash, and just clean up this CLG side, who are only on pistols.
Yeah, so you see Ethan and FNS. I'm not sure if FNS planted the bomb, but it would make sense if he planted the bomb and get the Tech 9 as well as a smoke and flashbang. This is they're going to try and get the bomb plant down once again. If they win the round, obviously it's a big bonus on Keish. If you're able to bust on towards the site and get close towards the core position, that Tech 9 can do, and P250s can do a ton of damage, but FNS is going to cop grenade for so much damage. Raz does well to dodge, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, quick succession. Molotov goes out, not really in his favor, but EMAG will clean up, does give a bit of assistance. Well, Cutler's last man left standing. Apoc cleans up very promptly. Very quick 2-0 so far towards Winterfox after Zuzi's heroics. Good stuff coming out from Raz so far. Definitely making his mark. CLG, though, this is the bye round. They're going to make things hopefully work out as Raz. He's going to pick up the AWP, and we see him do some damage. Let's see what he can do against a top-tier NA team.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting as well that there was a lot of SMG kills in that last round for Winterfox. So on Keish here, they're picking up lots of cash, raking it in with those SMGs. But as you said, we're going to have the buy round here. Raz, with that AWP, I believe, going to be playing over towards the A side with EMAG to back him up. Actually getting pop flashed into our main to go for the early peek there. Going to be no one there from CLG, though. They're just waiting around under the boost. The bomb is over towards B. 2 players there, 3 under boost, looking to take some mid control. I can only assume this is going to be a mid through vents to B split. They're going to try and get onto B that way. But Zuzi here, at the top of Highway, is going to try and hold this one off. The timing could not work out in his favor, actually. He has just moved back towards the A site, and it's quite a passive hold out of Winterfox. They're just staying on their bomb sites for the moment.
Yeah, this is a smart play, because they have the 3 rifles. Normally you see, if Winterfox had a couple more UMPs, if they lost a couple more players, you'd see the aggressive play coming out of the SMGs. But because they were able to take all the guns forward, they have to play passive. They know they've got the utility to make it work. And off new, won't be able to get the flash out. Apoc now dancing around the site. Ethan does well to hide away. Will be able to get the kill at the end of the day after, I believe it was some other member from CLG just spamming through the edge of the box, able to get a couple of tags down. So now 3-on-5. Winterfox, they may just decide to save. Won't be able to get into the site quite easily. If they get maybe 2 picks going in their favor, but no, they're just going to back straight out. See if they can get a couple of exits and damage the economy. They realize that the game is up. What Zuzi did towards mid was the correct decision. He had to back off, and unfortunately, the B site, you've got to hold on.
Absolutely.
You have to get a couple more kills going in the favor, especially from that situation. You can't complain about mid, because if there are 3 Ts towards mid, there is no way a solo CT can hold it, barring some very sharp plays.
Yeah, and it's worth noting this save setup set out of Winterfox. So they've got the 2 rifles, or the rifle and the SMG in there, and Raz with the AWP going to be up towards the back of the site. From the looks of things, it looks like they're trying to have Raz take a shot with the AWP and then bait the Ts into pushing them so they can steal those rifles away, which is a smart play, but there's going to be nobody on the CLG side actually moving towards CT. But I like that out of Winterfox. Even when saving, even with disadvantage, they're still thinking, how can we at least swing something our way here?
Yeah, and at the same time, CLG, this is what I like seeing, disciplined play. They all spread out, see if they can start saying anything, and then realize, look, they could be towards Squeaky, they could be A, they could be CT, but let's not go there and risk our AKs. Let's just save, so we can build up our economy for future rounds, put the hurt back on towards Winterfox, take this one, force Winterfox onto an eco. If we lose this one, we'll have enough money, a little bit of damage done towards Apoc through the edge of the wall, but only down towards 87. Still relatively healthy, but Ethan, as soon as I say that though, Ethan through the smoke, takes down Apoc before he can make his way underneath boost, and Raz is already quite damaged as well towards that checkers area. I think that's Sub Rosa doing some damage.
Yeah, Raz went aggressive. There was actually double aggression from Winterfox. So they had the AWP moving towards B, trying to get a pick and B main there. That was Raz. And then APOC moving out into mid by himself, trying to shut down the boost, maybe get someone if they came out mid. But unfortunately for him, I believe he just got spammed down through a smoke. Not much you can really do about that one, apart from just get caught by surprise. So CLG going to have the man advantage here already. Looks like they're going to be moving over towards the A site, where Winterfox are actually playing retake. They're off the side. I mean, they've got a player in under boost again. I believe that is Zuzi waiting there. But EMAG all the way back in CT, only just moving back to truck. There's no one directly on the site to actually contest this. And with these smokes down, CLG should just be able to get on here and get the bomb down before Winterfox even have anything to say about it. But Offnu's position here is going to be huge. He's spotted out Sub Rosa. He can come in behind. The timing on that is going to be so crucial.
Well, EMAG's taking a little bit of damage, and FNS through the edge of the smoke. EMAG, though, will still get that kill. Good trades coming out, though, coming out from CLG. Offnu at the same time also does push through that flank position. His position is now revealed, but this forces it onto a 2-on-3. All the members of CLG are on that bomb site, just playing safe right now. As Offnu's going to be flashed out, Raz is just guessing there's going to be one quad. Not going for any cheeky bangs so far. Cutler's going to be inside that squeaky area, close towards fence. Can't particularly tell yet. No, it looks like he is towards squeaky. Going to be tagged down quite low. Offnu, great reactions, great predictions, but Raz caught out in the open. Now 1 or 2. 1 HP hero. Can he do it? I don't really think he can. Ethan should be able to get this kill. It's well played from Ethan so far. Definitely lifting his game.
And nice rounds out of CLG as well. Their T side so far has impressed me. They're playing it slow, they're playing it carefully, they're working as a team, and they're not, they didn't get too aggressive off the early frags, because you could have understand, they get that first pick towards mid through the smoke. They could have just all 5 rush mid, take control. Had there been another CT there, they would have been entirely caught out. They didn't go for that though. They had the pick, and then knowing they had the advantage, they grouped up, they moved together, and they went and took a bomb site. And I mean, obviously it helped them that Winterfox were not on that site. They were playing retake. But there was just nothing for Winterfox to really do in that one, and it looks like not much to do in this one either.
Well, APOC does manage to pick up one player, and APOC pushing in. Kusta, though, decides, you know what, I'm not going to use the AWP. I'm just going to whip out the Tech 9, and he's going to gun down APOC and Zuzi, so they're going to fall together. Raz, unfortunately, 2 angles look at the same time. EMAG, that's a cheeky line. That is such a dirty line coming from EMAG. Nearly picks off Cutler as well, but at the end of the day, an AK-47 is just a little bit stronger than that USP. But still some good damage coming out from Winterfox. But at the same time, they've got to start figuring out what's going wrong for them. They need to start shutting down this CLG attack.
Yeah, but that said, here comes the buy from them. They're going to have themselves 4 M4s and that AWP, all body armor, no head armor, which they don't need, as it's only AKs and AWPs for the Ts, which are all really one-shot headshots anyway. I mean, the AWP are one-shot anyway to the body, but technicalities, don't need head armor, so they're going to be able to save a little money that way, maybe buy a few more grenades. But here comes his A pick again. It's actually going to work out. EMAG going to find one now. Raz trying to contest here up against Ethan, but no kill for him just yet. Going to be falling back towards the side. He now knows there is at least one player near him. Unbeknownst to him, the bomb is there as well. But CLG, again, they've got 2 players towards each side. Actually looks like they're going to be backing out now with the bomb off that A site. So I like their play here. They're taking it slow. There's been 1 pick on each team. It's back into a 4-on-4. They can now group up. They've got 1 minute and 15 seconds-ish to play with. They can take their time, think about what it is maybe that they want to do and what they can do really with the rest of this round. And I like this structured approach. They're certainly not panicking.
Yeah, this is good stuff coming out from CLG. You can see at the moment, it's still 4-on-4. I would say this would advantage the T side just a little bit more. You can see at the moment, Offnu, his position is so important with that single Molotov. If he loses B side, it's pretty much all over for Winterfox. They have to rotate out. If Offnu can get 2 kills, at the very least, he needs to get 2 to hold this off. APOC now coming over towards Heaven, floating across just to spot the cross and probably tell Offnu if he's coming onto the side. Offnu doesn't have to do anything, just probably has to watch towards headshot as they are coming in right now. He's been spotted out though, and APOC will pick up 1, so at the very least, getting some damage down and forcing us to an equal situation. APOC, what timing, but can't find Sub Rosa. Now a 2-on-2, bomb's been lost, 27 seconds left on the timer. I am not sure what Cutler's trying to do, but he has to make a very, very fast move. Going on the lurk roll, surely Zuzi is knows. Aware of this, and Cutler, the timing! Raz, though, with the reactions, able to get the trade, 10 seconds. And this is going to be so intense because Sub Rosa will go for the plant behind default. Raz will switch out towards the M4. He's going to reload it, realizing there's not much left. Sub Rosa, all he needs to get is a single headshot. He is watching that Heaven line right now. We'll jump up. Spot. Raz out, but misses the shot. Now coming across, just spotting the wide line. Raz is just waiting for Sub Rosa to jump at him. Oh, he moves away just at the wrong time. And Sub Rosa, what a flick coming out from Raz. Beautiful plays from Razmik. Will get the 1-on-1, and Winterfox at very least getting 1 back. But that was well played by CLG. That went down to the wire. Cutler, what beautiful timing. Just couldn't get the second one. That was some beautiful play coming out of Razmik once again.
Absolutely. I think that was actually 1-on-2 there for Raz as well. So well played from him. Going to be dropping his teammates. They'll be able to get some buys up again. The money not great yet on Winterfox, but they've got a chance to get back into this game now. Although, interestingly, Zuzi has gone straight for the MP9. I'm not sure if that's all he could afford. I mean, it is all he can afford, but I'm not sure if he thinks it's going to be an eco here or if he's just going for it and trusting it to beat rifles. But all of these Ts are going to have head armor. They're going to have, AKs and an AWP as well. His only chance of a free kill really is going to be if he can take down Kusta and if Kusta misses in close range, but not going to be happening just yet. Although, look at the change up from Winterfox. They've got a lot of players towards mid now. Again, playing retake on A, but starting out heavy with the mid presence because they don't want to give up this part of the map easily.
This isn't too bad because at the moment, even though they're contesting mid, they're not expending all their, utility there. You just have Zuzi, just making a little bit of noise. Even if he dies, it's an MP9. It's not the biggest loss, He can suss out some information. Unfortunately, the trades don't go in the favor of Winterfox. That is well played by CLG. Once again, Cutler just doing this damage, able to trade efficiently. I love this play coming out of CLG. This is some top-notch Counter-Strike we're seeing at the moment. Even through early days, both teams bringing their A game. And EMAG, not sure if he spotted out Cutler's head. He will be flashed out, so EMAG won't be able to be pushed down so often. A lot of work to do. Has to go for the push timing. Won't be able to find anything, and now the pressure is seriously on him.
There's a lot of players coming his way right now. He's got to do something here. He has to get at least one, preferably two, before he goes down to make this even for his teammates. But a nice shot coming out from Ethan will drop him before he can get anything done. That's CLG in control of the B site. EMAG up here in heaven, looking to take down these players as they cross, but they're already through and under him, going round through headshot. That's smart out of CLG. Being aware that angle through to the front of side is a possibility. They're going to avoid it completely, go through under headshot, dodge under the crosshair, under the rifle of EMAG, and that's going to be Winterfox falling out here. They do get one round on the board, but instantly taken away from them, and now Raz with the AWP, EMAG with the M4, looking to save their guns against the 4 remaining players of CLG.
And I would say at this moment, the biggest problem for Winterfox is holding this mid area. Cache is just a notoriously difficult map to hold on towards mid, and CLG executing through that mid boost as well as coming out from Garage perfectly. Not really much you can do holding close. You can either get mollied off or you're going to get flashed out, and so far it's been shown, 2 players, even one into Vent is just not good enough. So Winterfox need to figure out at this moment what to do. And CLG at the moment, they just have to proceed as normal. They know that Winterfox are going to try and make plays towards A and B, start to get control instead, and just kind of leave that mid area a little bit more open. CLG is just going to try and collapse inwards.
Absolutely. I mean, CLG really, they're just running basically a default. They run out, they look around, they try and get an early pick if they can. But what I really like is, they're spreading out for these early picks. And last round, they got a kill and they lost a kill. It was back in 4-on-4. But what I'm really liking here out of CLG is not just the patience, but I suppose the mental strength they have right now. It's a nice shot, Kusta, taking down Raz. The mental strength that CLG have, that when they do get a pick or lose one, they don't freak out and try and push and capitalize on it immediately. They still play normally, because getting that first pick means the CTs are stuck in a 2-2 setup for each side. And they've already got themselves the first pick here with that very fast peek out of Kusta, taking down Raz, who was trying to reposition there on the ramp of Z, gets caught out. And now it's a 4-on-5 here, but only 2 players on each site. And it's CLG to move towards his A site, make that 1 player as Kusta finds his second kill of the round. EMAG up high on the crate, counting on this off angle, finds himself the first kill. More players coming at him. FNS will take him down, which means again a 2-on-4. Make that a 2-on-3 as Zuzi does manage to get a kill and an AK-47 for himself. This is doable here for Winterfox, as 2 players so low care of the dinks from those M4s, but a lot of work to be done for Ofnu and Zuzi here.
I don't think that FNS is in a beautiful position right now. That's not a common line a CT will check. They won't suspect that someone actually jumped up towards Catwalk. So we'll be able to jump up on towards Zuzi. So this all up to APOC. We'll get 1. Kusta is very low. If Ofnu can do a little bit more damage, he doesn't really have a kit to go for this, though. And he doesn't know that 2 of them are towards that quad area. So sneaking very close. We'll be able to get the AWPer. Doesn't know there's 1 more towards quad, and he should be taken down from behind.
There we go. Cutler taking all the time in the world. He had all the time in the world there to just peek out. Where's Ofnu going? Oh, he's looking the wrong way. Sweet, let me just shoot him in the back and save the AWP for my buddy. So Kusta's going to be able to get that AWP up again. And that was closer out of Winterfox. They had a chance there, but unfortunately, the two-player stack at quad from CLG was actually very smart indeed, and they're going to get away with another round. And as we can see there, since the start, Winterfox have only won 1 round and have immediately lost 2 after. So that's the reset on their economy. There's not much for them to do. As I say that, just pistols in this round. A P250 on Zuzi, but nothing else for his teammates. Kusta surely going to get a free kill here. Not falling for the shoulder peek. Hits the second one. APOC gone. And now a 5-on-4 again for CLG. They're so good at getting this quick pick so far this map.
Raz falling down. Wasn't spotted out by Sub Rosa. Raz thinking about pushing in. As you said, though, it is a pistol eco, so not really much that Winterfox can do. Raz should collapse down here. Would have liked to see CLG pick up and maybe a couple more SMGs, because they should have read the situation that Winterfox was going to be on an eco this one. Should have picked up, you know, maybe a Mac 10 or one of their dead players, try to get some more money through. But otherwise, you know, as long as you take all the AKs forward to the next round, which they should be able to, it should be fine. Their economy is looking great right now.
Absolutely. I think it's also a sign of the fact that CLG are taking this map very, very seriously. They don't want to have, you know, these rounds where they have SMGs and they get dropped very easily. They want to have all of the power of these AK-47s in their hands. And yes, admittedly, maybe it is a misread. Ooh, there's a kill out of Zeusy. Finds the dink on the second one, but no kill there. Cutler on 5 HP. Opnu with the world on his shoulders can maybe get a kill towards Squeaky. That is where Cutler's going to be with that incredibly low HP, but that's going to be all he's going to be able to find here. There is spam coming through all around him. He's going to wind up looking towards Ethan at the right time, but he will get dropped. And CLG, again, looking good here. As I was saying before, they're in the middle of that round. They're not using these SMGs perhaps just because they want to take this one seriously. They don't want to slightly unfavorable engagements, because with rifles against pistols, you're pretty much always going to have a big advantage. If you do have an SMG, that's getting closer, maybe you get double dinked by a P250 and you're dead. So
not really, though, because in the rifles, if you exit, you have to still capture the site off the CT, so you got to enter it regardless. And really the trick here is because you sack the SMG, you can be so mobile with the SMG, you make it difficult for the pistol person to hit you. At the same time, you know, you can spray them down with bullets. They're not going to have armor. Rat's going to take a little bit more Molotov damage, and he probably should have. Reacting maybe just a little bit later to see if he could find anything, but there was going to be no one peeking. I believe that's Sub Rosa just playing that B lurker at the moment for the teasers. They're just spreading on the default, coming back towards mid once again. Going to seize control off it. And you can see Winterfox trying to adapt around it. Apox playing further back, as well as all the other members playing more further back on the site to hold it, as opposed to contesting CLG.
With the exception of Apoc, who is in Z, but he's behind a smoke there now, so not going to be a free kill, or indeed an easy peek for him either. He's actually jumping, trying to spot over this smoke, trying to see if he can spot these players boost. I think he might have just missed the shoulder of Cutler there. It was just behind the building, I think, but now Cutler actually moving forward and gets tagged down very heavily. This grenade could do it. Not quite. Cutler on 12 HP does escape with his life, avoiding that grenade. And actually, advantage, at least for now, with Winterfox and EMAG. Depending on how this smoke fades for him, could get this pick towards FNX. They're walking up, FNS. They're walking up highway here. He moves away at just the wrong moment. A smoke just unfavorable for him, but that flash going to hold CLG off for now. And the timing around who gets this first kill here on the A side is going to be all important for this round. And at the moment, it's looking like CLG. They've got all the position. And look at FNS as well. He's through behind, but EMAG actually checks it, gets the first kill. Now he's got more players coming at him from A main and from Squeaky. There's a couple kills going to the tees. EMAG looking to do it all. Gets two, but will get traded out. It's now a 2-on-3 here. Better than it has been for Winterfox, but the last two players rotating through Z now have got a long way to go to get onto this bomb site.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate they couldn't read that the highway play was coming through. If EMAG was able to jump even just a millisecond earlier, may have spotted out FNS crossing earlier. But as it is CLG, the patience play allows them to get rewarded because so far, you know, no information has been granted towards them. Kusta! Wow! Ofnu is putting so much pressure on it. Kusta also getting another AWP kill. Big stuff coming out.
I'm pretty sure I saw earlier his Tech 9 is named Yes, You Died to This or something along those lines, which is appropriate in this case because, you know, if an AWP misses a shot at you and you rushed him, you don't expect to all be killed by a Tech 9, which admittedly not the situation we just had, but Kusta has been strong with that pistol so far. His AWPing's been pretty decent as well. You know, he had that one round a little further back where he hit the double entry for his team before the rest of the rifles even got involved. But so far, a really good start here for CLG on T-side case. They're up 7-3.
Yeah, and they're now just driving the herd in towards Winterfox. Even in that round, they still got 3 guns going forward. I don't know how many rounds they've actually survived and just building up their economy. But, you know, it's just working out. Kusta's just hitting these shots so far. I wouldn't say that's even Raz playing poorly. It's just Kusta is just been wrecking them with the Tech 9 as well as the AWP. So now an execute on towards the A site. Corner's been cleared. Zuzi doesn't actually get one trade, but Ethan gets a counter trade. So it's still, you know, favorable for CLG. They lose one AK-47. That's the situation I'm talking about where if you lose an SMG... Sorry, APOC does get the kill, but sorry to interrupt you. But it's in the sense that, you know, if it was a MAC-10 leading in that situation, you'd lose a MAC-10. You'd lose only about, or just do the quick maths, you'd lose about 2.5k investment if you get maybe a Molotov and a flashbang. Whereas if you buy an AK armor as a Molotov, that's actually a 4k investment, 1,500 difference, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it compounds up over time, you know. Yeah. Say, for example, if FNS went S&G twice, he'd actually have 5k by now as opposed towards 1,600.
And he could even have more than that, depending on how many kills he actually gets with that thing. His SMGs do give the bigger kill reward. I believe it's double of what rifles do. So, lesser investment, higher kill reward, the lower payoff of that being, or the payoff of that being, I guess, that you have less damage, and you've got to be a bit closer than the rifle's counterpart, but definitely something that can work. But for now, CLG have already won the majority of the rounds in this half. They've got themselves that 8th round, that all-important 8th round, which means, hey, no matter what happens, you've won this half. Winterfox only on 3. I mean, best case scenario now for them is to win this round, win the next one. I mean, they have to win the rest, but really, they've got to win the next maybe 2 or 3 rounds before they get CLG on an eco. And by the time that happens, you know, the half will be over. So even if they win this round, they're pretty much facing down basically full buys from CLG for the rest of the half.
Yeah, they just managed to cross on towards the side as well. They just sneaked out through Squeaky and gambled correctly that no one's going to be there. And Kusta may be able to find APOC. Does spot him out. So APOC's position's now known. And Winterfox, there's nowhere for them to go. They need to back out, in my opinion. They just need to go as soon as possible. They're just, you know, desperation tactics. Raz will get one. Ofnu gets traded out. APOC just shut down from behind a Raz.
Pistol battle.
You can't find 4 people with that USP. And they're just gonna be forcing another eco. They can buy armor and pistol in this one. I don't recommend them forcing up. They've already lost a half. There's no point going for desperation tactics right now because it's not working. They are going for it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them because they're just going to be hammered every single round for the remainder of this, barring a severe misplay from CLG. And so far, there's only been a couple of misplays where, you know, Sub Rose is looking the wrong way, you know, instead of looking towards the B side and being aware of that flank potential. But they're minor misplays. They're not major misplays in the sense that, you know, we left the bomb behind, we didn't watch it. So far, you know, it's just been clean play out of CLG.
It has, and that's the thing as well. If Winterfox can't win a round on a full buy, I'm not sure how they're going to go with, as you said, this force buy, but maybe this is the round that changes it. But if not, I mean, Winterfox could very realistically be staring down a 3-12 half here.
Absolutely. CLG so far has just shown absolute domination so far. They just look like they're checking all the lines, and Kusta is lifting his game so much. So is Ethan. Only person that so far I'd comment on not really pulling their weight, maybe Sub Rose a little bit, but once again, he's playing that B lurker role, not really expected to shine on that B lurker role. They haven't executed that much towards B side. Now they're executing towards the A side. I think they have a niggling that EMAG is up here, but no one's really checking it so far, and EMAG's doing well to dodge the flashes. Ethan first out, but EMAG and Raz will be able to get a couple of kills. Raz gets a second kill. Zuzi's on the side as well. They've been able to read this perfectly, able to hold it off so far. Now 2-on-4. CLG now their backs against the wall. Cutler, though, through the edge of the smoke, finds one. A lot of time for CLG to still work with. They're just going to bide their time.
Bomb is down, though. They've got to go and get that thing. And there's Zuzi with another kill. And now Kusta in the 1-on-3. Just misses that shot over towards Truckers. Players picking him everywhere. And a nice shot out of Zuzi. Running out with that FAMAS. Started stepping perfectly and killing Kusta. So maybe we're not out of this one yet here for Winterfox. They do win themselves at least one round there. But that's going to be their round loss bonus reset here as well. If they lose this round, they'll most likely be losing the next round of the half. I mean, again, even if they do get this, I mean, if this round they win it, they get a 9-6 potentially, which would be great for them, or even a 10-5. If they lose this, I think they're going to be facing down 11-4.
Well, I mean, we do have a tactical pause coming out from CLG. It's quite an early attack pause. Not sure what's going on. Maybe they just want to finish off. I believe they do get one tactical pause each half, so they might as well just, go straight forward. Just might as well take a talk. Okay, what did we do wrong with the A side? I actually like seeing this. Don't let Winterfox get fired up. Just shut them down. Just go. All right, Winterfox 1-1. Let's just everyone calm down. Maybe, maybe people getting fired up. The communication was going right. Let's just everyone calm down. Let's see. We're still winning 9-4. We've won the T half. Let's drive the stake in a little bit more. Make it 11-4 half and just completely shut these guys out in our CT half. Quick 16-4 victory. That's what they're going to be aiming for.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was still a good take from them. I mean, for that A site, we saw they had all of the utility. It was all going well. They did check that boost position. They didn't get the kill, but they were checking it. They were aware. So for CLG, really, maybe it's just a case of we've got to be a bit more careful when we check that. For now, with that tactical pause from CLG has come on, and we'll have to see what they decide to do with it here. They're actually going to boost Imagine up again. Now, they did this last round. We'll have to see if CLG are going to be aware of it. Raz did go for the quick pick and A main there. He's been doing that pretty consistently, pop flashing himself in. Hasn't really landed it a lot of times yet. I think he did it once with EMAG, and the rifle got the kill. So, not been the greatest of effect, but for now, at least they do know that A main is empty. They've shut at least that much down. So that's decent information for Winterfox. But if you look at where they're playing, I mean, they've given up mid at this point. Zuzi playing back inside Z is going to peek it now, but there's going to be grenades coming his way. There's the flashes and smoke server. He knows they could be in mid, but he doesn't know that they are. And I really like this out of CLG with the way they're playing their map control. They're denying a lot of information for Winterfox, sorry. That's a different team. And now CLG going to be coming in towards this B side here where there's only 2 players, as I don't think Zuzi will be able to rotate in time unless he moves now.
Yeah, Zuzi's just going to be trying to hold maybe towards tree, maybe towards heaven. But so far, look at this. Once again, you were mentioned correctly. CLG, so much map control, but I guess, FNS just walks in the crosshairs of Raz, and he's just going to deny them a little bit more territory control. So they have to go for the B side. 35 seconds left. They're slowly creeping up. There's the first kill. This is much better playing on the B side. Zeus is going to peek out, find one. And there's a lot of tag damage done towards Sub Rosa. Sub Rosa will get the kill at the end of the day, but this should be another wrap-up for Winterfox. Barring, I guess, Kusta coming in and having a say about this. Often with the UMP, gets the double kill. Actually picking up the double lob going into the final rounds. CLG should be able to buy up into the final one. Once again, winning a lot of rounds. But Winterfox, the late resurgence means that at least they have a fighting chance going onto their own T half. Still going to be hard work for them, though.
Yeah, but that said, they're only down, they're down 4 rounds now. If they win this one, it can be 9-6. The advantage of a 9-6 half is when you switch, if you win that pistol round, provided the anti-ecos go your way, you're back tied up at 9-9 straight away. So that's what Winterfox are going to be playing for here. They're going to be playing to win this round, and then the pistol, if they get that, it's a tied game. And that's a good start, actually. Zuzi has already found 2. I believe they were in mid. Yeah, he's going to be playing towards Z there and Kusta. This is a really sneaky angle here under the roof. That's going to be a very difficult shot to hit if you're a rifler, but smartly, Zuzi's not going to be peeking it for now, just holding mid and waiting for it. There's a nice shot out of Sub Rosa, taking down Raz. Now, given that he was spotted under the boost, you'll have to wonder if they're going to suspect EMAG. He has been up there a few rounds in a row now. They've only seen him there once, I believe, but surely you think CLG are going to suspect. And we're on a 4-on-3. Advantage Winterfox, 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. See, the T's do have mid, but not much else.
Well, other than this, they still have to figure out how to navigate the danger of Raz's AWP so far. It looks like, oh, sorry, not Raz's AWP, but Apoc's AWP, as a matter of fact. Raz was taken down earlier. Kusa now slowly coming on towards the A side. You do have Zuzi just floating towards that truck area, but Kusa may spot out the boost right now, but EMAG, what reactions coming out? That's expected of, I guess, one of the superstars. Whoa. Gets a second kill, does fall, but he's done his job. 2 kills with the assistance of Raz earlier on. FNS will be able to get the cross on towards the side. Bomb plant might not be able to be retrieved as of yet. It looks like FNS now on a 1-on-3. We'll be able to retrieve the bomb now. But Winterfox just spotting towards the cross. Apoc will miss that shot. So with 30 seconds left on the timer, the bomb plant will go down. 40 seconds left. FNS has to go for all these 1-on-1 deals. Spots out Apoc. That's 1 down. Now it's up to Zuzi as well as Offnu to work together. FNS going to go towards quad. This Molotov going towards the wrong area. It's not going to deny any play on towards the quad position. Only default's been cleaned out for Winterfox. And they don't know if he's behind a snuck towards forklift or at quad. They got to clear this out, and Zuzi's coming in by himself. Offnu's not there to make the trade. Offnu's going to fall. FNS, he can make this happen, but Zuzi's close range will be able to get the spray down, and Winterfox will be able to get that final round in the half. 6-9. We're going for a short break, but the action is going to stay intense. Stay tuned to see who's going to take the first map.
your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common, AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
Welcome back to the match between Winterfox and CLG, and what a high end towards Winterfox's, I guess, late resurgence. They're down 9-3 and just were able to take the last 3 rounds to bring it back. You know, not the best situation to be in on the T side of Cache, but at the very least, it's serviceable.
Absolutely. And I mean, if they win this pistol round, they can put themselves back up towards 9-9 with the help of those anti-ecos. So really, a much better half than it could have been. I mean, sure, they would have loved to get that 8-7 when they were down early on. They couldn't end up doing it, but 9-6, definitely not bad, as this pistol round and following up anti-ecos will even them up, but it will also put CLG even further ahead if they can't get it. So, well, if Winterfox can't get it. So it looks like they're going to be playing towards the B side here. They've got 4 players here, going to be Offnu, lurking back out towards the garage, trying to catch out anyone who pushes, and doesn't look like anyone's going to be doing it for now out of CLG. If they play their CT side anything like they played their T, I'm expecting a lot of patience out of them. No sort of rush decisions. But speaking of rushes, here comes Winterfox in towards his B side. That's a nice dink on a Cutler as well, but he's still going to find a kill. So will FNS. Kusta getting another one there. Zuzi does manage to at least take down Kusta, but it's a 2-on-4 already. Zuzi and Offnu with it all to do. Zuzi at least going to manage to upgrade his pistol, but there's players coming from, well, all around them, really. The bomb's stuck out towards the site. They've got to go and get that thing. They've still got Cutler very low on the side, and now Sub Rosa catches a dink of his own, but it's all on Zuzi. Does find 1 kill. If he can take down FNS, that's the other high HP player here. The other 2 are so low. This is possible here for Zuzi, but he's got to find these kills now. 20 seconds on the clock, just gone by. He's moving in, will catch out Sub Rosa, surely, no! Doesn't do it, cannot find the kill, and unfortunately, the hopes of a tie, at least off that round for Winterfox, are now dead.
Yeah, and because of the way that I believe this match works, you actually don't see the damage. You can't see how much damage you've done after you die. So, if anyone was wondering why, you know, the call wasn't made, they're low on the B side, you actually don't know how much they're actually low. You don't know if those players are on 105 HP. So,
Absolutely.
that's why he had to go. That's why he had to go for the hit. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out in that sense. If you're wondering why he didn't go for the body shot, he doesn't know what we know. So, CLG now in double digits. A lot of rifles, a lot of respect shown towards Winterfox, knowing that Winterfox will force up into this round.
Absolutely. They're just like, all right, we're going to play the long range. We're going to have the superior damage. And, I mean, Winterfox here, making the right call. I mean, trying to go towards A. Sub Rosa does take him down. He's the only player here for the CLG side, but he's got himself an M4. He has the long range advantage. It's going to be a UMP for Zuzi, who can try and do something with this. Bomb going down. That's good for Winterfox. They can try and stall this one now. Every second they waste here burns a bit more time off that clock. But there is a kit on the CLG side. They've got to move in towards this site now. All going to move together. They do have the superior weaponry. This one not going to be an easy hold off here for CLG. And it's all going to rest on what this UMP of Zuzi can get done here at Forklift. Got players pushing in close to him. Fully blinded by his own flashbang. Everyone blind there, but FNS will get the kill. Now APOC playing inside the site with the Deagle. He's the last player remaining. So much damage coming his way. Trying to get these shots down, or at least delay. Will be taken down eventually. There was an attempt for a knife there, actually. I believe that was from Cutler, but no extra money for him. But a defuse for his team, which is arguably more important. They'll keep those both those M4s alive into this next round. And Winterfox, having bought in that one, did get the bomb down, did get that bit of extra money. They could potentially buy in the next round, but not going to be able to do it in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if they force up in this one, they didn't do enough damage to justify forcing into this one. If they took a couple more rifles out, you know, maybe force it towards maybe one person alive, the call might have been made. Winterfox, all right, let's go. We can... Even though we can't afford the superior weaponry, we know CLG are going to be buying in the SMGs. Get a couple of Galils, you know, not the best rifles, there's still serviceable. Maybe get a couple of UMPs, and we can definitely overwhelm the CTs and then force them into a bit of a pickle. As it is though now, it's just going to be a bunch of pistols. CLG needs to be cautious on not losing many weapons. They need to go into the next one. You can see Kusta with just a 5-7. He wants the AWP. Similarly, Winterfox, they will have enough cash to go into the next one with a lot to work with. They have got that bomb plant down, as you mentioned earlier. And they should be able to, you know, buy that AWP on Raz, see where he takes that. A lot of utility as well, so it should be a good one. As Zuzi actually managed to find a pick on towards Kusta, who, pushing with the 5-7, does get caught out.
Yeah, and I mean, he will actually hand that pistol over now as well. So Zuzi's going to get an upgrade for free. But the CT side, the B side, going to be the push here. CT is going to be holding this one. FNS going to find the first kill. And unfortunately for Winterfox, there is a pair of M4s here. Had they gone towards A, it might have been an M4 and a UMP to face off with. But on B, they're going to have two M4s, and Zuzi here is going to be running straight to the UMP of Ethan, who will take him out. Now it's the M4s on the B side looking to finish up. Cutler gets one, Cutler gets two, and now only APOC remaining. As I say, that goes down. Cutler with the 3K in the end to close it out. Quick work with the M4A4 there, and 12-6. CLG now doubling Winterfox's score.
Yeah, this is the part. Okay, it looks like Kusta actually didn't have that much cash to actually buy an AWP, so there's not going to be an AWP. Kusta's just given a UMP instead. Cutler has the money for it, but decides not to drop it. At the same time, Winterfox will have the AWP and Raz. No utility on him. The rest of the members, though, full set. No HE grenades. 8 flashbangs. 4 smokes and 4 molotovs to see if they can get their way on towards a bomb site. So it looks definitely like an execute. Very strange to see no HE grenades. You'd like to, you know, at least tag, you know, soften up your opponent a little bit. But they're just going to go for the straight aim deals. I mean, obviously trying to blind their opponents, but then going for the aim deals.
Yes, and I'm not sure. I mean, Winterfox, sure, go for it. It hasn't worked out so well for them already in this match. They have been losing a fair few aim duels. They looked better in the, I suppose, latter half of last half, or the latter quarter, I suppose. But they were still down a lot of rounds by that point here. And there was a lot of nades onto CLG as well. This position from Ethan. He could stop this whole thing right now. Depending on the timing, if Raz peeks first and can't hit this shot, Ethan will be there. The timing on this is going to be so close. The Molotov out. Ethan knows. He must know they're there now. Spots it. Actually going to go for the push, and Raz was ready for it. We'll get him, and Apoc's going to follow up onto Kusta as well. Unfortunately, there was just Ethan moved a fraction too early there, and a nice shot out of Zuzi will take out FNS, and that boost play was all important there for both teams. It would have decided at least the first half of this round, and now it looks like it's decided the whole round with Cutler and Sub Rosa left alive to try and fend off against 5 Winterfox players.
Yeah, and at the moment, Winterfox playing it successfully. They, you know, they don't need to rush anywhere. Just see to suss out where the CT players are and then overwhelm me. You see Sub Rosa, you know, he's just trapped like right now like a rat. So he has to just run out as fast as possible. He does manage to get out of the rat cage. All he needs to do now is molly off the side, you know, get a couple of kills, maybe slow down this bomb plant, just do some damage. But there's one pushing him. Does realize a great reaction coming out from Sub Rosa to get the headshot towards APOC. But the save will go through. Cutler and Sub Rosa will take the M4 to the next round. But great mid play coming out for Winterfox. And just, you know, paying back CLG just a little bit of the pain they felt on their own safety side.
Absolutely, and having a look at their economy here, it's really not great for them. I mean, they have 2 players who have a lot of money, and it's conveniently the 2 players who are alive. So they'll be able to drop some rifles over there. They can drop the M4s they have, they can buy some more, and then maybe someone else can buy for Kusta, who is only down on $900 before the round loss bonus comes through for this one. But they're not going to get a whole lot of money for losing this one. I believe it's $1,400 for losing a round after you've won all the previous ones. So they're not going to get a lot of money. They should be able to get a serviceable buy together with the M4s that can be dropped off of Cutler and Sub Rosa. But I don't think they'll have a lot of utility to go behind it. So
I have a decent amount. I think Ethan, or I think it'll be, not sure if it was Ethan, but one of the members will have at least 2,300. So he can get a bit of utility. It's actually opted to go for the head armor. So look, he's missing maybe 1 grenade. and because Cutler as well as Subros were able to take a Molotov and a Flashbang, that's a lot of money taken through the next round. That was actually critical. They saved at least 5k worth of utility as well as weaponry. And you can see it at the moment. You know, that is a serviceable, a full fighting buy you see out of CLG coming out. Winterfox, they've done well. They've broken CLG once. They got to do it again.
They do, and I mean, that save, as you said, was very important. That was potentially the difference between two rifles trying to make a heroic play with some pistols backing them up, and this full buy, which we now have in front of us. So, excellent work out of CLG there, but some early kills going the way of Winterfox. 2-for-1 trade there, which means we're now in a 4-on-3. The AWP on Kus is still up. He's been very sharp with that, but he is the only player towards this B site. He's got to hold off all of Winterfox, or at least 3 of the 4 players of Winterfox who are here by himself until his teammates can get over and help him out. So Kus here could have a lot of work to do. For now, no Winterfox players actually pushing him. He does have a second here to think about this, but Emag already in the back of Checkers. Kusta may not know he's there. Now the first pick's going to come in. Spots that Molotov coming out. He now knows at least one player there, but Emag, very nice shot there, taking down Kusta. The site opened up, and Sub-Rose and Ethan again left 4-on-2 this time for CLG. Still 2 players alive. They did manage to get a kill. Basically the same story as last round, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a save out here again, and looking at their economy, they need to.
Yeah, and at the same time, Winterfox, you know, they just need to save. Just play discipline. They only lost APOC, you know, not the biggest loss. You know, you lose one member, save, go forward. You know that CLG have to either, with these 2 rifles, they're probably now going to buy pistols. You can probably read that situation. Winterfox will play accordingly around that. You know, play a lot more safe. So far, mid's working. Winterfox will just keep going mid. Now CLG has a problem. They had 1 towards mid initially on, you know. They have 2, they had 3. Even 3 people didn't work. You had FNS try and play a bit of a cheeky spot, wasn't able to really make things work out. You know, Cutler and Ethan got caught out in the open. A bit unfortunate maybe, but unable to do it. Zuzi actually going on the hunt, won't be able to find anything. So, cheeky as Zuzi to try to walk in, but unfortunately he's just by himself, so no trades going in the favor. I'd say CLG, you know, pick up a couple of pistols potentially. Cutler has a bit of money, which means that the AWP will come out in the next buy round, but you can afford maybe a P250 or a 5.7. Put a rifle in each site and get a couple of pistols just sitting towards tight corners. And who knows, you can reap the dividends from that. Winterfox still has to take this very cautiously.
But it's worth noting, Winterfox have won their last 2 rounds, both with, well, 4 players surviving for the first one, then almost 4, but 3 with Zuzi dying on the hunt. But they're still keeping a lot of players and therefore a lot of guns alive, which means their economy can start to get established. They can start to make this comeback work. This is interesting, though. Towards the A site, I believe both M4s are actually going to be there, and they're going to be boosting one of them up high. So I was about to say, I wonder if Winterfox will check that, because they did it a lot, but APOC, already ahead of me, does get the kill on the boosting Sub-Rosa. Ethan will trade him back out, but that is one of those M4s taken out of this round now. Winterfox only have 1 more big gun against them, and then just a couple pistols to clean up. So this round should be going their way now, if they play it safe, if they play it properly, and they've got 3 players together over towards A. They've got a pinch on Ethan, he's got the gun, unless he takes down all 3 of them by himself. If they can drop him, they should be okay, as sure, the pistols are starting to rotate in, but I don't think there'll be too much damage done. Winterfox, though, looking like they're ready to push in here. Offnu still just waiting in this squeaky door, waiting for his moment to strike. And actually, there's a peek from FNS as well. Spots him out in A-main. So now the jig is up. Winterfox have been found out. They do still have 45 seconds. They can rotate sites if they want to. But Ethan getting boosted up on top of the back of Red, trying to see if he can spot out. This is actually a very nice headshot angle from him. He does have that M4, so not going to do full instant headshots. But he jumps up high, goes for the spray. But here comes Winterfox entering with the rifles. Ethan will find one. He has to do more here. He has a gun. Kusta's actually found an AK of his own, but Ethan down. Now it's a 3-on-2. Kusta and Cutler with it all to do, but Kusta has an AK.
And the smoke now coming across on towards the side. So Raz, the AWP is watching towards Squeaky, which was the correct line, but Cutler does manage to peek out. Will be able to find Emag at forklift. Kusta also makes a position. No, so Cutler. Oh, Offnu is so low at the moment, and Cutler just dancing around. Raz has switched out for the M4. Should be able to get this kill. Nope, Cutler just dancing around the door so far. Staying alive with just a P250, and Offnu changes out AK-47.
Playing with him.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to reload, so they'll back out safely. Cutler trying to find any pick he can, but they're just going to back out of sight. Raz will be able to get out. Takes a little bit of damage.
Cutler's going to die to the bomb now.
Unfortunately, so won't be able to get the chase either. Raz might peek it. Nope, doesn't peek it. Bomb does a job. Suddenly, a much tighter contest. Winterfox bringing it back after losing the pistol in the buy rounds. And this is something we saw, I guess, CLG on the T side doing towards Winterfox. And CLG just I think at the moment, this mid problem is not being solved by either team. This is what's been costing them so much.
Absolutely, and Cache is a map where mid is so important because you can get to both sides from mid. You can take them entirely from mid, but it also gives you such a powerful way to split. You can get through into CT spawn, try and flank them going through Z. You can go in through vent, split B. You can go, up highway, get into A. It's such a powerful position, and for neither of these teams to really be exploiting it to full effect is definitely going to hurt them. But Winterfox here, definitely in the driving seat. I mean, they are 3 rounds behind, but they've got themselves a full buy. Their economy is going to be set for them to buy again in the next round, and potentially even the one after that if they do lose it. So they're set for now. The other issue is, though, CLG are already at 12, and while Winterfox are on a bit of a comeback here, they don't really have many rounds they can afford to lose, and especially as I think losing 2, that'll shatter their economy. If they lose another one, they'll be facing down map point anyway. So every round, at least until they tie it up, is going to be very, very important here for Winterfox.
That's it, though. Winterfox have snuck in towards Checkers. And there is no one except for Kuster at Tree at B-side. So, CLG, they're still stacking towards that mid area, but they don't gain anything out of it. There's no territory gain. There's no information gain. No boost being deployed. No pushes at A-side. And this is the problem. They have no read on what Winterfox is doing at the moment. They have to wait for smokes. And the first thing they'll know is that the T's already on the B-side. Kuster has to nail so many people through the smoke. There's the first one. APOC just rushing once again, which is a little bit not disciplined from him. We saw that from the previous round, where APOC was pushing a highway. Sure, he got the kill on Sub Rosa, but he got punished for it because all of a sudden, Raz actually under a lot of pressure. Raz decides to pull out the P250 as Cutler will be able to get that kill. This is going terribly wrong for Winterfox, unable to get the flank kills, and as a result, they should be able to bust in through Tree as well as the rear. 2 AWPs out. This is not really the ideal retake, but sure, why not? Let's go for it.
Yeah, they've got the player advantage, so as you said, why not? I mean, there's Sub Rosa finding the first kill on the entry onto Zeusy. Off Nuke, trying to get it done, but not going to be able to do so. And now EMAG has it all to play for. I'm not even sure the bomb is planted for him. There's going to be a smoke on that as well. Defuse is already coming in. He must know it. He's just got to back away at this point, try and keep that rifle alive, and he's not even peeking here. It's going to be a full 10-second defuse as well, as there was no kits on the CLG side, but that won't stop, and they will get it across the line anyway. And now EMAG, having got himself the first kill, trying to stay alive, he will keep that AK up. The economy is set for Winterfox. They can buy again here, but if they lose this one, I think they will just about be out of money.
That was really... That problem with that B hold was really, firstly, APOC, crossing early. You have to wait for your smoke. Doesn't matter if you think, you can out-jump an AWPer. At this stage where Kuster is playing, you need to give him so much respect. You need to give him respect and think he's going to hit that shot. Smoke it up, wait for the shot before you cross. There's no point trying to risk it, trying to cross early. You should know at this stage. They've got a full buy, they're established. And at the same time, Raz missing a shot towards that lurk player just cost them ultimately because they had no territory to hold with anymore. Before they could have played back B and gone, you know what, you come in, you have to check 3 angles. All of a sudden, back B is clean. There's only going to be 2 angles. They're only going to be a side, or they're going to be checkers. Easy angles for the CTs to check, especially with numbers. Now, they were trying to utilize a vent play, but not going to work out. A lot of numbers at mid, and APOC going to at least apply some revenge on towards FNS.
Yes, we'll get that kill at least. Sub Rosa here still trying to get it done. Knows there's multiple players around him. Goes for the spray. Not going to find it. Zeusy will pick that one up. It's a 5-on-3 now. Winterfox with the early advantage here after shutting down the vent play with that Molotov. Stopping the boost meant that there could be no real mid-check done by CLG up until they lost a player, really. So already 2 guys down. The bomb actually looking to go over towards A. Maybe a split through highway on the way. Looks like APOC is moving that way now to try and help it out. Moving up behind the shed, behind the smoke there. Trying to see if he can sneak his way in, but there's still 2 AWPs on this site. Cutler and Kuster going to be the guys with those, but look at that position from APOC. He actually takes that Cutler without checking behind him, so Kuster will drop him, but a 2-on-4. Kuster here looking to go for a bit of a hero play, just moving behind this smoke bomb already down. Kuster might have just spotted the elbow there, will do it, takes down EMAG with a shot to the arm. Still a 3-on-2. T's already backing off. Offnu with a perfectly timed push past the smoke, takes out Ethan. Kuster still getting work done though, finds 3! He could actually do this. That's his 4th kill of the round even. He's on for the ace right now if he kills Raz. Raz going to be playing inside A main. Going to get faked out. Kuster, this could be huge if he finds it. Will miss that shot. He's still another chance here. Trying to get it done. Raz moving around, just taking his time. Kuster 2 HP. Still trying to hit Raz. He has so little time here. Has to do this one. Might get the shot here. Still missing. Unfortunate for Kuster. He's going to have to back out of this one now. 2 HP. Has to run away. So close though. A 4K. Nearly an ace. He had a couple of opportunities. And he will die to the bomb in the end. Kuster, what an attempt. but just not able to get it offline.
Huge 2 shots to open up just even into that one-on-one opportunity, but couldn't hit Raz. Well played by Raz, just dancing around. Knew that all he had to do was just draw out the shot, and sure, it was a bit unfortunate, but the parachute was now on Kusa the Lanthos, and Winterfox now hitting double digits. CLG has not won a round in a while, and this is a bit of an issue. Or one consecutive round, should I say. And that's seriously becoming an issue because this just demonstrates that Winterfox actually has such a great control of the T side. They're just gaining that map control. CLG is paralyzed. I've not seen an aggressive play attempt at mid, neither at B. They're playing way too passive and allowing Winterfox to gain the control. And you see APOC kind of messing up there, messing up severely. Does get punished for that eventually. And Sub Rosa also putting in the pain as well. Often though does get at least one trade. So now 3-on-3, a lot messier than it should have been. APOC just caking that slightly.
Just a little bit. I mean, he did eventually get a kill out of it, but then got taken down. And now, I nearly said Ret like Cutler, gonna go down to EMAG there on the B hole, which means the bomb getting thrown towards the site will now be planted. And you'd think that's the end of it, but definitely good damage here out of CLG with the option to do more. They both have AK-47s here. Raz going to be entirely caught out, but hits the shot on Sub Rosa somehow. I don't know if that was a no-scope, but it was very, very quick indeed.
A quick scope.
And now Ethan left all alone to try and do this one. Does have his AK-47, but having lost his teammate, going forward isn't really an option anymore. And Ofnu with the perfect read will take him down. No weapons saved for CLG. And really, we've seen both of these guys have such a dominant T-half and not much showing on the CT.
Yeah, and so far CLG, I mean, they're, I think, lacking a lot more so far. Only picking up 4 rounds compared to Winterfox's 6. And that was with an extra eco win as well. I mean, that they had 3 rounds after the pistol as opposed to was it 2, which Winterfox had. And right now, CLG, they didn't have enough cash to really invest fully into this round. So you can see a bunch of pistols. Raz actually missing the first orb shot. Asia grenade will do a huge chunk of damage. Raz just eats that fully for dinner. And right now, CLG, they're trying to find opportunities with the pistol much better. Get some map territory. Hold patiently and wait for Winterfox to come and clear out these lines. But they need to do this on the buy round as well, because something needs to change. Passive's not working for them so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen, to their credit on both sides, this very calculated play, I suppose. They're taking it very slowly. Then on the T side as well, to great effect, just taking it slowly, being patient, figuring out what's happening on the map. But they're doing a bit less of that, figuring out what's happening on the map in this side. I mean, sure, you can take it slowly, you can play passively all you like, but if you're going to go for that very passive style where you just hold your bomb sites, you've got to be 110% confident that your crossfires will work out for you, because you know that what you're giving up is the ability to have any really forewarning, spare about 5 seconds of where T's going to be coming. And now, Zuzi's going to find the first pick. FNS will take out APOC with that CZ, so good damage done. Sub Rosa trying to find the 5-7 kill through the smoke, but now all 4 CT is going to come at this one from pretty much the same angle here. Often if he goes through the smoke, actually just avoiding the spray of the 5-7 there. That was a bit close, but will manage to just sneak by that one unharmed. And now the CT is really just looking to do damage here, but the T's have got their post plants set now in the site and around the site, out in B main, out in Sunroom, out in Squeaky. They're really set, and this one will borderline be impossible here for CLG, but Ethan's going to hit a nice shot onto Ofnu. I spoke too soon. They really don't have the time to go for this one now. Bomb ticking down, but they might be able to keep these Winterfox players on the site. They might get taken out by the bomb. Kusta still trying to do just that, trying to do damage as these guys leave. Wants this bomb to go off and take them down. Doesn't care if he goes down first. He has only a pistol. He doesn't mind at all, but they will just manage to escape. That was a really nice attempt out of CLG, and I like what they were doing there. They wanted to try and get the kills, whether they got them themselves or not. But not going to do it in the end. Heavy tag by the bomb to Winterfox, but not enough to get any more kills.
Kusta able actually to, I think it was either Kusta or Sub Rosa, able to actually retrieve an AK-47, which is absolutely critical because, yes, even though they have enough money to buy, still getting the AK-47, which is so much potent defensive ability.
Free gun is a free gun.
Yeah, free gun's a free gun. Not only that, AK-47, one bullet headshot. Why wouldn't you take that as a CT, holding on towards a site? Now, the only issue that I guess at the moment that's coming out for CLG right now is, what do? They've given up mid. Okay, that's okay. You have to give up mid at the stage, but you got to make things work out. This is exactly what you want to do. Get Kusa in there with it all. We've seen it's effective. He gets the first pick on towards APOC, who I think had an AWP as well. I'm not exactly sure. Very unique double AWP setup if it was on Winterfox otherwise. But now they're a member up, they can play passive. Get the first pick playing aggressive, get some information, and then towards the latter half, get some more.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw. That's what we saw so much from them on their T side as well. They were so good at finishing off first pick situations without getting too hasty about it, without pushing, without being impatient. So we'll have to see if they can now capitalize on this first pick here. I mean, in theory, if they can set their crossfires from this point forwards, they should have more guns to be able to shoot at the Ts and the Ts can shoot back with. I mean, it's just mathematically how it works when you're in a 5-on-4, and they're going to be trying to make that one work out for them. But Winterfox here looking like they're setting up for this A take now. Raz suddenly aware that an A push might be a possibility, but CLG, again, showing this patience they've showed pretty consistently so far in using this first pick by, we'll let it give us an advantage later, rather than trying to take advantage of it now.
Trying to figure out where Zuzi is, because Zuzi looks like he's in A main or Squeaky. So there we have it. Execute on towards the A side. Not 100% sure if it's a fake yet or not, but it looks like no, it is just going to be executed straight on. Emag is out towards Fork. Zuzi does fall, trying to come onto the side. Emag out, gets the trade. Emag goes for Ethan, but can't get the spray transfer working in the favor. Offnoot, though, gets that one. Kusta looking around, gets the second AWP kill of this round. Bomb plank going down now. 1 and 3. Offnoot now coming across, is surrounded by enemies from all sides. FNS should spot him out, but Kusta misses the shot uncharacteristically, and Offnoot will punish him for that. Now 1 and 2. FNS slowly crawling to the side. Does have Cutler support, but he's fine at the right timing. He doesn't know where Cutler is, though, and Cutler will be able to take that out. Bringing back another round for CLG. 14-12. Such a tight game, and this is a really surprising thing so far I've found. I mean, all the games have been so tight. You think that, you know, with coming on towards your own CT side, it'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, you think so, but, I mean, a good game, a tight game is a good game, really. A fast game is also a good game. But really, I mean, we're in the Pro League. Every game is a good game. All of these teams are here because they deserve to be here. They have the skill. They have the capability of winning. And that's what's so exciting to see. And Winterfox, I mean, losing that round, that's a little bit heartbreaking because that right there was their opportunity to tie it up finally, to bring it back to 13-13. They had an opportunity to tie it up in this half, but they lost the pistol round, couldn't equalize easily with those anti-ecos, and they've been chasing ever since. That right there was their opportunity to get it across the line, and they got so close, but now they're down again, and CLG only need one more to get onto map point. So Winterfox here, they're not out. They're only down by 2 rounds. They're only 3 away from securing their own map point, and therefore overtime, if not the win. But they've got to try. It's so hard to work here, and they're not going to check under the boost there, where Cutler's going to be waiting. It's now a 3-on-5 already. We do have a player here in Squeaky just trying to move by. He's actually made his way to Emag, making his way into the back there. They've done this a few times now, have Winterfox just moving their way into Squeaky without being spotted by the B players. But now the rest of their side has been spotted out. And Emag, he knows that Kusta has been playing in the back of the side, but not going to find the first pick. Kusta's going to find it onto Offnu. Now, 5-on-2. Raz, he ready for this one, but Emag's going to already do it. There's a player up in heaven. There's a player in tree. And there's actually some flanks coming in too by looks. He's going to be coming in through vents, or at least considering it from mid. There's 2 players there. But still 50 seconds to play with here for Winterfox. Emag considering going out into tree to take the fight, but not going to do it. FNS holding the angle in towards the side. Going to fall off that one for now. 40 seconds left. Bomb shortly going down. There it is for Winterfox. But a 2-on-4. Raz has to hit this shot in vents if he has any chance of helping his teammates stay alive here.
Raz of mid-2016 will be able to hit pretty much all of these. Emag, once again, another crucial role for him to play, but he's going to fall immediately. Won't be able to do enough damage. His position's now known, and he's just swarmed all over by CLG members. Raz cannot do anything between the bolting action, and CLG now on match point. This is so similar. Once again, a late resurgence coming in towards the half. And what's really working so far is just they're able to get the picks now, and mid was just a little bit more poorly taken by Winterfox.
It was. I mean, we've seen, as you said, pretty much mirror halves here. I mean, one team takes early advantage, it's clawed back a little bit, but then the other team winds up ahead by 3, which is where we are, like, right now. I mean, admittedly, if Winterfox want to mirror the first half, they'll win this next round and, you know, try and do what they can. But it's just been so very close out of these guys. Just one team looking strong, the other one fighting back, and it's worth noting that case normally you wouldn't think, perhaps not this T-sided, but between these 2 teams, they're both so much better in their T halves. I mean, the CTs is now making a resurgence, which again we saw in last half. It was Winterfox last time, it's CLG now. The problem for Winterfox is, though, they were 3 rounds down at the start of this, so they don't really have these rounds to play with. They can't really let CLG make this resurgence, and now Winterfox need to win the next 3 in a row to secure themselves overtime, then win 4 out of the 6 rounds after that to take this map out, and they've still got another map to play here. Long road yet for Winterfox.
Absolutely. They still need to... Look, they have to hold off this one to even just, I guess, go forward. And they don't have the money for it. They have a Tech-9, a couple of Deagles at most, you know. They have to try to make that work out. And I believe it is a Winterfox tactical pause. Because, I mean, it's 15-12. If you're down 15-12, you're going to have to make a call on what to do to try to bring it back into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, very possibly. It's like they want to have a shot to think about this and just slow it down and be like, all right, guys, if nothing else, we just need to take a second and chill. Even if we don't have any amazing strategies on the board, you can take these things as mental pause as well. Just have a second to mentally reset and be like, okay, what can we do here? But game now on pause, going live again here. CLG versus Winterfox. CLG on map point, which is perhaps not the result we would have expected, but only 3 rounds behind is Winterfox here. The buy is not great for them, and that's not going to help either. That's one of their, I believe, bigger guns down on EMAG, so they've got to try and capitalize or, I suppose, account for that loss. And it's not looking good. They are moving towards the A side here. There's 3 players over towards Squeaky, and they're actually out already. But Ethan could kill them all here. He does do a lot of damage, but cannot get kills off. And Winterfox can get the kills. Surprisingly, I thought that one was all going to be CLG's way, but that position there from CLG, not quite good enough. Heavy damage done. Zusi and Apoc both dinked, both below 15 HP, but no kill, which means this 4-on-2 will be, ideally, and it looks like it will be won by Winterfox here. CLG don't really have, well, they don't really need to go for this one. They've still got 2 map points after this one. They can afford to sit here, save these guns, not potentially put themselves in a dangerous situation later.
Problem with going to the next round, CLG is not very rich. They are very poor. It's because of the damage done by Winterfox time after time. Even though they won, even with this open M4, what are they going to do in the next round? Do they force up? If they force up, it'll be 15-14. And then they're potentially going into the final one, if they do lose the next one, obviously. They can only buy 5.7s. And sure, 5.7's a great gun, but you still want an M4. You want that AWP in your hand. So how are they going to mitigate this danger? Okay, so it looks like Sub Rose actually has a bit of cash, and so will Cutler, so they should be actually able to force up into this one. Maybe a UMP, maybe a 5.7 on one of the players. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not this AWP goes in the hand of anyone. It looks like they're actually going on a eco for the poorer players. So
yeah,
they're putting all their money into the next round as opposed to this one. They want to win this one, but they're not setting themselves up for a victory in this one. They're setting themselves up for a victory in the final round. And what a match that would be if it goes down to the wire.
I mean, it's already pretty much going to go down to the wire. I don't really see CLG winning this. I mean, Cutler has the AWP. I would have thought he maybe should have thrown that thing over to Kustar, who is, I think skill-wise, the better AWP out of the 2 of them. But Cutler known to pick this thing up on the CT side. I mean, T side, I think he usually leaves it more over to Kustar, but he's definitely, they throw the AWP between them, depending on side, depending on map. And Cutler, definitely capable. I mean, he's been around this CLG team, this CLG brand for a very long time, and definitely an established player, so not really a problem to see him with that, but that's going to be a problem, though. Now Kustar will have the AWP after Raz drops Cutler, but he's got to do a lot of work here with it. All of Winterfox taking this mid position. Nice quick shot there onto Apoc, looking to get more done now. Kustar will find the second as well. Now going to be falling back. There is players so close to him, just avoids that flashbang, but cannot get down quickly enough. EMAG will drop him, which means a 3-on-3. A very good attempt at a heroic play from Kustar, and indeed getting 2 is a heroic play, but maybe you'd think with the AWP, as the AWP, the star player effectively of this CLG lineup when he has that thing, potentially could have been looking to get more done, but Ethan could punish EMAG here. Going to take his time, hit that shot, there we go. Not going to go for the gun. Actually, he's already got himself an M4, but now Sub Rosa left on the A site, both players are here. He's got to do this pretty much by himself, and this could, if Winterfox are caught out by this pistol close to them, it looks like Offner was aware of it. Checking round this smoke. This one's going to be so close. Sub Rosa, he could actually capitalize, get the punishment onto Raz. Not going to do it, and now the bomb is down, and at least for now, safe. But, oh, that's very close. Ethan did have the gun there. Now Sub Rosa left in the 1-on-2. Will be throwing that smoke off to try and isolate the angle, but a nice shot out of Raz will finish up that one, and all of a sudden, we're on 30th round. Winterfox bring it back, now playing for overtime.
Yeah, and FNS does not have that much cash either. Winterfox with all the utility in the world to work for. CLG just going for the single AWP this time in Kustar. And he almost got the 3rd kill. If it wasn't for the flashbang and EMAG getting at least 2 kills in that round, just maybe CLG would have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. But as it is, down to the wire, when the half switched, I was expecting CLG, especially up 12-6. Easy victory,
You'd think
they've
so.
traded out 8 rounds to 3. Winterfox have struggled. They have sweated it out, and they've brought it back towards the hair's breadth. And they are about to take it out as well, because the trades are now working in the favor of Winterfox. We will be possibly going towards overtime. Not saying it potentially yet, but this B site's going to be so hard to assault. No Molotovs for the CTs to work with. Only smoke grenades and flashbangs. Kustar through the wall. You can't do that towards the final round. Kustar, a man on a mission.
Not FPL Kustar.
He wants to just demolish the entire Winterfox lineup by himself, and that's the exact way to start it. Actually equalize the situation. all of a sudden made so much more doable. Ofnu on the side, Raz playing very, very far back. Kusta coming through, doesn't check through. Ethan though coming out through heaven, takes him out, and Kusta gets another shot through the smoke, edge of the smoke. Now it's all to Raz. 1 on 3. The bomb plan is good for him, but there's so many CTs there. What a shot through the edge of the flash. Already happening. But Kusta will get the trade. Defuse will go through, and CLG out of nowhere will get the defuse, will get the victory. 16-14, a 3-on-4 successful retake on towards the B side. Huge plays.
Massive plays, as you said. I mean, that was down to the wire, which is perhaps not what we would have expected given that first half, given CLG winning the pistol round, given CLG getting up to 12-6, doubling Winterfox's score. But in the end, we go all the way, but CLG do take it out before we get into overtime.
I think with CLG, you can take the CLG out of man, but you can never take the man out of CLG. Or the other way around, because that was true. That's the only way Counter Logic Gaming would win, right? You know, go up 12-6, give false of hope towards Winterfox, and then take him the final one.
Absolutely.
That is a CLG method.
Classic CLG, isn't it?
But well played by both sides. That was legitimately a charged match between the two, and I cannot wait for the next one on Mirage.
Absolutely. That was amazing plays out of both teams, really. I mean, we definitely saw Kusa stepping up towards the end there, but Raz started to have a bit of an impact with the AWP later in that game as he started to be more comfortable. I mean, of course, Winterfox had a rough start to that one, going down on their CT side, but they brought it back and they took it all the way so close to overtime. But in the end, I mean, Kusta really, I think he got 2 or 3 kills in that final round, just being too strong individually for Winterfox to deal with.
Just banging people through the walls, going through the edge of the smoke, and just the confidence and looking at those angles to be able to get the kills. Huge stuff. So now we're just going to go for a short break because we need to all recharge after that match. But stay tuned, because if that match was any indication of what's going to happen on Mirage, we could be absolutely seeing fireworks coming up. So stay tuned for the next match for the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Code! 2 headshots in a row, and Fnatic about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Fnatic! Has to keep Brutus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting done. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
By Logitech G. Pay Safeguard. Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. And we are on towards map 2 shortly, but what a great first map that was between CLG and Winterfox.
Absolutely. I mean, the only word I have to describe that was electric. I mean, there was massive leads, there was massive comebacks, and in the end to go to all 30 rounds, like that's pretty much everything you want in a game of Counter-Strike. You want the tension, you want, massive displays of skill, and eventually, someone has to take it out in the nail-biter finish, and that is exactly what we had. So CLG and Winterfox really delivering on map 1 today.
Absolutely. I mean, for Winterfox, I'd probably feel a little bit disappointed, especially considering that, they had the B site in the final round. They had the numerical advantage as well, but then Kusta decided to pull some ridiculous things out of the hat and just completely ripped apart Winterfox with his bare hands.
CLG pulled a Kusa out of the hat, really. That's all that happened there. And I mean, he was strong for a lot of that matchup. We saw on T side, there was that one round. I mean, there was a lot of rounds, but one in particular that sticks out to me was he ran in towards the A side, hit a wallbang headshot for his first entry kill, got the second entry for his team, and then allowed them to take the site. And it was very well played by him all through that. His AWP was very dominant.
All right, no worries. Let's take a look at what happened on towards the mainstream as well. If you were unable to catch that, CLG did take the victory in the final round against Winterfox, 16-14 on the mainstream. Looks like Team Liquid took a victory over the Misfits, 16-11. So pretty much, I'd say it would have been a comfortable victory for Team Liquid on Cobble. Maybe, a couple of rounds that went, awry, but overall a comfortable victory.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. And Liquid versus Misfits, that's definitely a good matchup. A lot of those guys, I think, have been on the same teams before. They've played together and against each other an awful lot because both of their rosters, apart with the exception of maybe Pimp on Team Liquid, have been around the NA scene for a very long time. And that's just the thing with NA, really, isn't it? At the top tier, they just shuffle their players around. So a lot of these guys end up on teams and playing against teams that they've been on and played against before.
Absolutely. So now going, I guess, back on towards CLG versus Winterfox. So Winterfox, they're down one map right now. What's going on through their mind? They knew they should have been able to bring it to overtime. Maybe not take the victory, but bring it back into overtime. What do they need to do going on towards Mirage?
I mean, they still looked good in the later stages of that. Like, they were down by a lot. They brought it back. They made it really competitive. So if I were Winterfox, I mean, yeah, a loss, a bit disappointing, but not as bad as it could have been. I mean, they could have easily gone down 16-6 at one stage, and they managed to fight back and take it to a 16-14. I mean, yes, a loss, but not a bad one. Either way, though, we're going to get a chance to change that here on Mirage. They're going to be starting on the CT side. CLG on the T. Pistol round already underway here. And so far, not really a lot going on. Early underpass control from the Ts. CT's not actually choosing to fight that. Their window player has just fallen back. That's going to be Raz moving over towards Connector and actually pushing in too. He could have the first engagement here. Offnu going to find a kill though. And here we go. It's actually Raz getting traded out eventually after getting one. The CTs, sorry. The T's even wrapping through, getting onto that A side, and more kills going their way now. 3-on-3 still with Emag on the site though. He's going to be biding his time, waiting to fight that kill. And so far, not going to be able to do it. Will get a kill. APOC will pick one up as well. And now Sub Rosa, the only player left here in a 1-on-3.
Emag was just waiting for his teammates to rotate across. That is a great final towards Zuzi. And that means that he's going to pick up a USP. This will make his job just a little bit easier. But Emag and APOC just going to be playing crossfire. Sub Rosa just trying to spot towards Firebox. And there's the first HE grenade flying out. It just barely tags Sub Rosa. Just lighting up a little bit. But otherwise, not too much. Emag just stopping up and down to see if we can find any information. He may be tempted to peek out soon, but Sub Rosa does need to get a move on. He needs to still find these two CTs, and they're just playing patiently right now. Sub Rosa will make noise if he falls down, so he has to jump across, spotted out by APOC. Great reactions coming out from APOC to clutch out the round for his team.
Yeah, nice shot there from APOC to finish that one up. So a nice round out of Winterfox actually there in the end. They did get those kills across the board. I mean, there was a lot of aggression early, especially from the Ts, wrapping through Connector, boosting into window to pinch onto that position, get themselves the kills, get onto the side as well. But Emag, able to stay alive on that A site for so long, doing the extra bit of damage and allowing his team time to rotate was really the linchpin in their sort of recovery, I guess, when they were down in that round.
And not only, to also mention that, we didn't mention this earlier, but the synchronized B push coming out from the two B players, I believe it was Zuzi as well as APOC, allowed them to get in towards not only that underpass position to get more kills going on, as Raz will fall towards a great eagle shot coming from Color. Emag does manage to find Ethan, but otherwise, still a 4-on-4 in this A side, looking a little bit weak, often playing very, very far back. needs to be cautious because there is a CLG that are forced up into this round, and they are very committed towards taking this A side.
Absolutely, and I mean, he's playing the long ranges with a UMP as well, which is not the greatest gun to have. He's now going to be pushed to the close range as well. We'll find one kill, trying to find more. Not going to get it across the line, but does get his 1-for-1 done at least, which means it's still an even situation here. Sub Rosa in CT, pushing, trying to get some aggression going, but will go down to Imagine. Nice shot from Cutler, taking down APOC, and now 2-on-2 again here. SMGs versus a FAMAS recovered onto Kusta and a pistol of Cutler, but a smoke on the bomb now. They can actually stick this, but no kit for EMAG. He's got 10-second defuse to deal with here. He's lost his teammate as well. Will take down Cutler. Could actually get the second kill. Has to pull out the pistol. Kusta so close in this smoke. How missing that? It goes for the knife kill as well. I have no idea what is going on right now. Surely one of them has to find this kill. This smoke is just concealing everything. But EMAG gets the 4K and no time to make the defuse. Has to run away.
Yeah, that was a little bit messy towards the end. EMAG is going to be shaking his head because he knew that he should have had that. Well, that was a smart play coming out of EMAG, but just costing him with a kit. And really, Cutler doing so much damage with that Deagle of his. Not only getting the mid pick, but rotating over towards Palace. And I think Kusta, with the FAMAS just pitting across that cross, was able to take down the second final Winterfox player. And that really set up CLG's success. And now you can see Winterfox, they are forcing up into this. You have EMAG with the M4. He managed to retrieve it earlier on. And he's, racing off to a great start, but his team needs to be a little bit cautious because Ethan does manage to take down Raz. EMAG, see if he can find something late, but won't be able to pin up against anything at this time.
And that's going to be a man advantage for CLG off really early as well. So, wow, heavy damage there. I believe that was from HEs into Offnu. 5 HP remaining on him. That is not a good start for him in this round as well. He's got a lot of work to do and almost no HP to do it, but APOC looking to take matters into his own hands. Could have gone for the shot there. Not going to do it, but now knows where Cutler is. Goes for the pre-fire. Just misses it. Does tag up Sub Rosa, but now it's going to get Molotov out of position. He'll have to fall back there. That was almost dangerous. Almost some kills for him, but 2 for Zeusy. My goodness, dropping Ethan and Kusta on short. Now it's a man advantage. APOC cannot get away. FNS will take him back into a 3-on-3, but the HP so low on Offnu and Zeusy, who actually still will get a kill though somehow, and a second. What is going on with these pistols? Cutler will finally take one back, but he's in a 1-on-2. 5 HP on Offnu. Not going to make it easy. Heavy damage done onto EMAG, but Cutler, 50 seconds, has to get that bomb. 23 HP. All of a sudden, not looking winnable at all here for CLG.
And Cutler has been spotted out dropping towards Vanning. EMAG's going to clean up that great work coming up from Zeusy. Zeusy, 4 kills with the P250. Just dink, 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 dink. Just dinks everywhere. Just close range to the P250. And the tray is just not working for CLG. This is such a mess. It's such a yo-yo game so far that's working out. I mean, you see CLG, able to take the eco, and the Winterfox take the eco. It wasn't even EMAG's M4 that did the majority of the work. It was just the P250.
So the conclusion we can draw from this, obviously, analytically, is that both of these teams should just no longer buy guns because the pistols are working out for them. It's just infinitely better. We'll have to see if they can continue that, though, as Cutler going to be towards the top of mid with his Deagle, once again going to be going for that pick. EMAG checking underpass under the cover from a smoke. I do like that from Winterfox. It's simple, but it means he's not exposed to any peek from top mid while he goes for that one. So
And it gives him some map control as well. It looks like it's going to be a waterfall at Palace.
What, pistols? What?
Pistols, falling accuracy, why not? It works out. Ethan just close towards the smoke.
Whoa, Raz!
You can't do that through smoke. He is going to get punished for that while EMAG picks up a double from CT. There wasn't smoke there, and the bomb's being lost. So it's reset towards a 2-on-2 after Ethan does get that pick on towards Raz. But otherwise, the bomb's being lost, so CLG just rotating around. Ethan's coming through CT to see what opportunities he can find. Needs to wait for his teammate. Ethan doesn't really want to give his life away because, oh no, he gets a angle on towards EMAG. EMAG a little bit late to react, and now it's all up to Zeusy. 1-on-2, and he is pincered. This is a great position for CLG to be playing on. Once again, pistols.
Pistols, man. Pistols in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They're a thing, and they're weird, but admittedly, for Zeusy, he does at least have bomb control. He's got himself an M4, and both of these CLG players are tagged down below the threshold of him being able to get a one-shot on them. So 2 bullets, really, if he can hit them both in the head, can do this for him. But a 1-on-2, they're moving together so well. They're pincering in, and Ethan will take him out. So almost a dangerous situation for CLG, but they recover. And pistols, man. Pistols.
Well, Winterfox are going to force straight back into this. They have to double eco regardless. They're just going to fully force up Raz with that scout alongside with Offnu's UMP. So let's see how this goes around this time around. Zeusy still has that P250. Let's see if he can replicate his heroics towards the B site in the round 2 rounds ago. Otherwise, for CLG, I think they just need to slow things down. Ethan should be able to get this pick on towards EMAG. There you have it. So the push is mitigated. APOC just thinking about when to push him towards B but he doesn't really have the support. He will be able to dink out FNS though, but he's just going to hightail out of there, and he really doesn't have support towards mid, so he's in for a world of hurt because there's a lot of things being flung in his way.
Absolutely. Lots of bullets, lots of grenades, lots of players, just as you said, lots of things really, and not an easy situation to deal with in that position. Now, looking at Zuzi, he's actually pushing in towards B apps there, trying to get aggressive. APOC trying to help him out from underpass. We'll go down. Subrosa getting a double kill there. We also lost a player over in T-spawn who had his back turned. Now Raz with a scout. 1-on-5 with a scout in this sort of situation would be one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. But in order for, you know, the story of this map to continue, the eco needs to be won by Winterfox. So Raz, I'm expecting an ace.
To all the American viewers who may have not watched Raz play before, I mean, he was part of the Legacy lineup a long time ago. Looking just, you know, to find a couple of picks right now. He was part of the Legacy lineup that went towards DreamHack. That was about maybe a year and a half ago. Such how Counter-Strike flies in terms of time. He will be taken out by Cutler in the end, doesn't get the headshot. But there was a time in the middle of 2016 where he was unstoppable. So the now Tane and Mines lineup that's gone over for the, you know, the ETA Global as well as, you know, multiple other numerous competitions in 2016 when they were part of Atletico. They got demolished by Raz. You have to
Pretty much
understand
single-handedly.
that in that mid-half, he couldn't do anything wrong. Now, if Raz ever hits that form again, I would love to see that against, like, you know, a top-tier American team as, you know, they're now on a full eco. They're going to try and pressure in a couple of positions. Only 1 P to 50 on Offno, but otherwise this should be an easy round for CLG to clean up.
EMAG could actually get the better of this fight here. He seems to be out-strafing FNS at the moment, and he's got a teammate there as well, but FNS with the Glock gets 2. All right, the Glock winning out against the USP, that's something you don't normally see, especially on, well, you know, pistol round doesn't normally happen. Definitely not in buy rounds, but CLG now cleaning it up. It's only APOC left. His teammates trying to get the pincer there, trying to make it competitive, but it took 3 of them to take down FNS, and he took out 2. So that's unfortunately not the greatest situations for them. APOC now over towards the B market here, trying to do what he can. If he goes through that motor hole, he'll be heard, but he's already getting peeked by Kusta as well. Kusta already here doing the damage, crashing, committing to the spray, not going to land it, as APOC will at least finish him off, but 46 HP. Make that no HP, I can't even finish my sentence. Very little HP to try and do that with, and not going to get it done. So CLG up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is much better coming out from CLG as well. I mean, they lost a couple of SMGs, not the biggest deal in the world, once again. You know, you lose a bunch of SMGs, that's all right. Otherwise, for Winterfox, they need to make things change now. They don't have the AWP on Raz, which is kind of okay, because as CLG, you're going to smoke up mid if you can take control of it. And that's what the crucial part of Mirage is. You have to take control of mid. So, Kusa actually just going to go for the dry peek on towards CD Connector. Not sure if he wants to peek window yet. He might be able to make this work out, but he doesn't know Winterfox do not have an AWP. And that is the difference right now. If CLG knew the economical situation of Winterfox, Kusta would be charging in right now.
Very possibly, and I mean, he can still do that. It's Kusta. We know he's got the guts for it. We've seen the confidence that he can have when he's hitting his shots, and right now he is hitting his shots, so he has every reason, if he wanted to get aggressive. I mean, I also like that he's going to be playing with his team and not just solo committing, doing a simple type of, I'm going to kill them all myself, but still, he could easily do that, and it'll be up to Winterfox to shut him down. That said, though, this peek from mid from Kusta will eventually come in, aided by his teammates with smokes and flashbangs and multiple people moving across, but no one challenging at window, no AWP or otherwise, at least. And Raz is going to be playing passive in there, but not going to get the kill as of yet. Ethan has found himself over towards A main, could potentially pressure this A side. He's going to have Offnu there to deal with, but at this point, he's a lurk, he's a distraction, or he's the latest part of the push, because with 3 teammates in mid, 1 player towards A and 1 player sort of towards B, looks like they could go towards either side, but with Subrosa joining his teammates in mid, looks like it will be an A take here.
Yeah, it is an A side take. EMAG just making a little bit of noise. He uses a very, very, I guess, needed utility, because they are just busting straight out through jungle. EMAG's just going to be swarmed by team members. Raz goes for the open deal, won't be able to find anything. Offnu has been found out. Just clean entries coming out from CLG. APOC going to hop away out of the Molotov. Should have been spotted. Definitely heard out dropping. He is making a lot of noise. And Kusta is just a man on fire. Just the audacity to go make that play as Ethan just closes out the procedures on towards Zuzi. So just make that play. No, he's coming in through CD Connector.
Let me slow peek him.
I don't miss him. He just gets the kill.
Easy. Easy for Kusta there. As, he's actually sitting 5-5 right now. Maybe not keeping up with the frags as much as his teammates are. Ethan leading the scoreboard for CLG on 9-3, but Kusta certainly having an impact in this one. On the CT side, it's EMAG up at 8-4, leading the charge for his teammates, trying to get them to catch up to him. But for now, CLG do have this early advantage again.
Yeah, and they just need to capitalize on this, you know, do as much damage, roll forward. This mid control, you can see CLG, you know, they use their utility wisely. They identify that Winterfox do not have enough utility to maneuver around on towards either side. Raz is just going to be roasted. You know, a nice welcome on towards NA. Well, the first official NA match he's played, should I say, for Winterfox is CLG. You know, just playing patiently. They don't need to do anything. They're just waiting.
Again, I mean, this patient play from CLG, we saw it last map on their T side as well. They're actually doing very, very well with this slower play. They're showing they're not really a rushing team. Nice shot there from Cutler. Sub Rosa gets one onto Zuzi as well, and now Emag, the only player left, will go down. But as I was saying, CLG, they've got the patience, and it's good. I mean, of course, patience is always a good thing when you're at a disadvantage. If you lose a man early on, you've got to try and have the discipline to work something out of it. But what I'm really liking from CLG is they're having that same discipline when they get a first pick early on. You know, they take the man advantage, and they don't immediately push to where they got that kill because, I mean, as a potential scenario, so they get an early pick towards B and then rush it, the rest of Winterfox is stacked there, they could all die. They don't do that. They get that first pick, and they still play the round like they normally would in an even situation. They just work it out. They go for map control. They figure out what they want to do, and it's really working for them. Now, oh, Raz fires a fraction too early towards Kusta and can't quite land the shot. I would have thought that would have been at least been a wallbang, but no damage done. And see, this is what I was just discussing. CLG now have the first pick, but they're still going to take their time here, wait, get themselves some map control. You can see they're already setting up in mid to do just that. They're just going to take this one slowly, and that's what I'm really liking from their T side.
Yeah, and this is what CLG need to do as well, because as soon as they freeze the map, Winterfox, either they have to go find something, which Zuzi makes a play, gets a kill, and that's rewarded with equalizing situation. But he still needs to figure out exactly what to do. And APOC just towards ladder was trying to find someone there. We'll be able to back out. As four Molotovs coming out. APOC will be able to get back safely though. And the bomb looks like it wants to commit towards that B site. So Counterlogic Gaming, still a little work for them to do after their first pick was neutralized. Now APOC can hear these guys in ladder, and he might be able to find Ethan finds one, but can't transfer to Kusta. So sharp with the AWP, but Zuzi even sharper, drops a bomb for the second kill of the round. All up to Kusta now.
Gonna need
next one shot.
He's already got himself 2 kills in this round. He's going to need to finish off the entire Winterfox side by himself to do this. Now, if there's any player on CLG that you would want in this situation, or indeed, I think any player in the server based on form right now to be in a 1-on-3 going for the ace, it'd be Kusta. He has a chance in this one, but it looks like with 20 seconds left, he's going to be sitting in mid-window. He's just going to be saving here. He wants to keep his AWP alive. Vada doesn't believe in the fact that he can go and get that thing, doesn't think he has the time, and indeed, he doesn't. As the clock ticks now to 10 seconds, the bomb is way up in B up, so it would have been hard for him no matter what. He will get the kill, though, with the Tech 9, taking out Offnu, but now they know where he is, and he's going to have to try very hard to keep this one alive.
If he dies now, this would be absolutely devastating for, I guess, him. And Emag is going for the hunt, can't get it. Also retrieves the AWP at the last second.
Gives up on the kill and takes the AWP for himself instead. That was sharp thinking there out of Emag. He decided that the kill wasn't worth his life, or kill wasn't worth as much as getting an AWP for his team, and I suppose, really, they could have taken an AWP away, or they could have directly gained an AWP themselves. It's still a good outcome for them.
I mean, that was like, the plan B outcome. Plan A, was get the kill on towards Kusta, pick up the AWP, and feel pretty good about yourself.
But look what Raz is doing with it.
He is... Oh, what aggression coming out from Offnu. Kusta's completely blinded out. AWP's been lost. Raz finds that pick on towards FNS close range. We'll also spot the bomb dropping down, so they should be aware, CLG were trying to set up for some A default execute. Now there won't be an APOC. I don't think he may be able to spot Ethan coming in towards that city connector. Emag just dancing around right now. Just, buying time. He's aware that that position is a little bit contaminated, even though he has APOC watching it. It wasn't a fully committed watch because he knew the smoke was there. So you can see Emag just dancing around, seeing what he can find. Ethan similarly just waiting for opportunity as well. Raz, this Molotov will flush him out.
So smart. And there we go. Raz will get the kill off the back of that as well. This is such good heads-up play from Winterfox we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, they're down a couple rounds, but this round alone is very smart from them. And we've already seen Raz, that stolen AWP we were talking about. All right, Sub Rosa. Guess I shouldn't say anything about AWPs because Sub Rosa rips it away. Very nice shot, but now he's the only player remaining. 1-on-4. That AWP is in a retrievable place for Winterfox, so it's not the end, but Sub Rosa has an AWP of his own here to try and do this with. Emag up on the stairs. Looks like he's going to be the first point of contact if he peeks out. Sub Rosa taking this one slowly, and he's only got 33 seconds here. He has to get in towards this site right now. Has just started running away, made a bit of noise. Going to throw the AWP away as well. Doesn't want them to find it. If at all, he can avoid it, and that's a smart move as well, because unless they push right now and find that thing, they're not going to be able to retrieve it. But the AWP is still CT is still there for them to get, and now Sub Rosa. 16 seconds on the clock. He's just looking for damage at this point.
Yeah, and he won't be able to get the damage. Emag playing first contact. Offnu was always ready to trade. After Offnu heard him trying to make that move towards A ramp, they save or push in. So as soon as Sub Rosa threw the flashing, they knew exactly where it was, and that was just a matter of time. You know, even if EMAG died, they would trade an M4 for, I guess, Offnu was able to get the trade in the end. So Winterfox bring the last two back. It's a solid start. They've got that Orb and Raz once again, and he's going to be looking to make his mark on towards the A site instead of mid. It looks like EMAG's got the hard work this time, trying to hold mid. Not really Molotoving top mid this time, so looking like he wants to hold his utility, and that may be great for the late round, because he knows he's got support from APOC closer towards, I guess, that short position. FNS. Close towards taps. Not spotted out, though.
That was very close, though. I thought he might have got spotted out, and now he is. APOC going for that kill. Will not get it, though. FNS will actually pull that one across the line, so a nice shot there to start us off in this round. Sub Rosa coming up from the underpass, looking towards window. EMAG going to be in there, trying to spot it out, but no such doing. Grenade is thrown past him, though. Not much damage done. In fact, very little. But the smoke is thrown into the mid window, which means now mid is compromised, and Winterfox know it. The question is, how do they adapt to this situation? Because right now they have players taking jungle and taking their A site. Nice spray from EMAG. Almost gets it done, but only going to get himself the one kill of the two players that peeked him. Jungle taken from CLG as well now. Their map control at this point. They've got Connector, they've got Jungle, and they've got the bomb down on the A side, but Offnu coming through behind will not get the shot on Ethan, who will finish him off, which means now Raz and Zuzi left all alone, and they're almost shut in here.
Yeah, Sub Rosa, I think, is aware of this fact, and Raz just trying to see what he can find. Oh, nearly lands the flick. Sub Rosa does get tagged down, and now he's going for more. Can he get the second headshot towards Raz? Does draw out one shot. And, well, Raz is in a world of trouble right now. I don't think there's any way he can get out of here alive. That's a little bit cheeky, but the HE grenade will clean up towards the end of CLG. Forcing, I think, Winterfox onto a very awkward situation. That money is not good enough to buy weapons or a great arsenal of weapons.
Offnu could maybe drop some pistols, but definitely no buy coming into this round.
Probably pistols as well, aggression towards mid. I would say that that's probably the correct call as of this time. Maybe even an A-site push, because that's where you want to get your guns from. Towards mid and CLG, how they're going to counteract that is they're just going to sit back, or instead of sitting back, Kusta's just going to charge straight out because it's Kusta and he's feeling very confident right now.
Absolutely. I mean, what do you do if you're worried they might take mid? You take mid first, obviously, when you're the T side, and that is exactly what they've done. Ethan already finding a kill here. Offnu trying to get done what he can, but no such thing. Cutler, that was a nice angle there, just chasing down APOC. Raz trying to get this shot across the line. So much damage done. Will eventually get the headshot onto Ethan. So there's an AK he can go and get right now. No one on the T side can stop him. So if Raz can get that and save that, that's a win really for Winterfox. They can get away with a rifle. That's a good thing for a pistol-only round. But the question will be if they let him save that, or if they try and chase him down, because they know roughly where he has to be based on where he got that kill. They know he will now have the AK, or at least very likely will have the AK, as is the logical choice. So CLG might go for him, might not, but either way, the bomb is down. They will be getting this round, and hunting or not, they've just won the half.
Yeah, and Raz has switched out the P250 towards a Glock, decides to pick up the P250 again, realizes a mistake, and it's going to be hunting for more. You know, sure, you can save the Molotov, but that's going to save you probably about 600 in the next round. Not really the biggest save. It's the AK-47 they want to keep. And there is a little bit of pressure coming on towards Raz right now. They are boxing the A ramp, and EMAG is not really watching that line for his compatriot. So Raz is in a world of hurt right now. They're chasing him. He is going to collapse and fall underneath the pressure. And EMAG just has to dance around now. There's so much pressure coming at him from all angles. And
nice
beautiful read coming out actually from EMAG, realizing that Sub Rosa wants to go for that, but can't win the aim deal. Sub Rosa locks on and rips his head off. So they can still buy, but the loss of an AK-47 means that they won't be able to pick up as much utility as they wanted to.
Of course, and CLG, on both maps we've seen from them so far, their T side has been very, very impressive. I mean, they're playing their trades, they're playing their map control, they're doing pretty much everything right here, with the only things that aren't going their way are occasionally the aim duels not quite working out. But in theory, really, they're doing most things right, which is very good for them. That was incredibly close, that shot. Thought it was on, but not quite found through the smoke. But CLG again looking so good. APOC going to be caught with a grenade out. Will go down instantly. Offnu meets the same fate, as well as EMAG. And now Zuzi trying to trade. Ethan on fire with the 3K. My goodness, 6 HP remaining, but picks up the triple entry. And now Raz, his teammates have melted around him like, well, I suppose, snow in summer. It's not Winterfox anymore. It's Summer Fox, and they're not having a good time.
Oh, it is summer over here at the moment. We're definitely feeling the heat, and Winterfox will be feeling the heat as well. Finally, someone does shut down Ethan, but the damage has been done. And, well, they're all going to be hunting for Raz right now. And, ooh, that is a sharp shot on towards Kustar. So he's just doing some economical damage right now. He could absolutely still go huge and do more damage. FNS going to be jumping on top of the box. He was spotted out. Raz still dancing around, coming back towards CT. Has this utility to use. We'll be able to use it. Oh, what a flick on towards Sub Rosa. He's still alive through the edge of the flashbang. Still pressure coming out from Cutler. Raz.
No way.
I think he's aware of this. He is aware of this. Goes for the no-scope, but misses, unfortunately.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Huge damage done, but couldn't really complete it. And that's just a glimpse of, I guess, the potential
The
of
old
Raz, you know? The potential of what he could do. But as of this time, CLG is just shining that potential and go, you know what? We just want to take this map cleanly. Once again, a great lead onto this T-half. But they need to make sure they just keep the pressure on when they go towards the CT half. This is nearly exact identical to what it was towards Cache. Winterfox were down so much they were able to clutch back a couple of final rounds. They need to take at least one more. This should be CLG's, barring a severe misplay. CLG should have learned from the previous lesson. Sub Rosa. You can't challenge Sub Rosas on those angles because he practiced those flicks. And with those robotic-like movements, will shut all of your members down. 3 kills for just like that. Ethan joins in the fun as well. And APOC, last man standing, wants to at least try to find something, but there's nothing he can find. Sub Rosa, 4 kills on the anti-eco. Makes it very easy as CLG hit double digits.
Man, CLG looking so good as well. I mean, we thought going into this before, I mean, we haven't seen Winterfox play in the ESL Pro League Season 5 and 8 yet. I mean, this is their first game in this league. But we were thinking, you know, we were discussing this, and we thought that this would be a much more even game. And indeed, it might be when the half switch, because we've seen that both of these teams are much happier on their T side. But CLG looking even better than they did on Cache so far. That they've only, like, they've 1 round left to go. They could get themselves the 11-4 here. And even a 10-5 for Winterfox, that is so far to come. And if their pistol round goes anything like it did, their T-pistol round did on Cache, then they're just going to get shut down.
All right, now, it looks like it's a bit of a split A take. APOC is aware of the potential of unders, so he is going to run straight in towards Sub Rosa and Cutler, who have an absolute meal of him. And now the A execute begins in earnest. As Offnu is able to get 1, Emag can't get the shots. Offnu, absolutely huge, gets 3, can't get the 4th round out of bullet. Sub Rosa, don't look towards CT, you didn't finish off your opponent yet, but regardless, he does manage to lock on, and Kuza gets the final pick. 11-4. And CLG, quick bust on towards the site. They're going to take the 11-4 lead in towards the half, but we're going for a short break. We'll be right back to see if CLG can take it out.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hi everyone, and welcome back towards Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. We are currently in the halftime break between Winterfox as well as CLG. CLG taking an 11-4 lead from their T half in towards their CT half, which is the preferred side of Mirage. Brainstorm, Winterfox now have their backs against the wall once again. Can they mitigate their way out?
Well, see, the problem for Winterfox is now they're even further down than they were at the end of the last map. So, I mean, at the end of the first half on Cage, they were down 9-6 then. They're now 11-4 against them. And this is their T-side pistol round now. They've got to try and make something happen here. But Kusta, too smart for that, is going to be holding the passive angle towards Underpass, actually waiting for that peek, and nails the shot onto EMAG to start us off here. So already Winterfox at a disadvantage. But CLG, so far we've seen their T-side is much stronger than their CT. So we'll have to see if they've got what it takes here to finish this one out. And while I think they do, we'll have to see if they have what it takes to finish it out relatively quickly.
The difference this time around is that they've carried their momentum forward from the T half to the CT half. Towards the end, they didn't allow Winterfox a single glimpse. Not even a look. They were just, Winterfox, you're completely out of our league right now. That cash game, they just CLG completely forgot about it. And now they're just putting their mind completely onto this. Akusa, great start once again. He's got the confidence. We saw that from his AWP players early on. He has the confidence right now, and it is showing in his aim. Winterfox now have to execute towards his A site with 2 members with no armor, no mid-control whatsoever, and just the rest of CLG playing passive. So here are the smokes. They should be able to see this in Ethan. If he gets a couple of shots through smokes, it will be ridiculous.
Well, neither of those smokes are covering CT, so Ethan can just sit here and play the long-range shooting game with his USP all day. This is exactly what you want on CT Pistol. You love these long-range engagements. He is going to be wisely backing off from that now, though, as the T's are starting to push into his area, into CT, but he's still here waiting. There's actually going to be 2 players here. It's going to be Ethan, and I believe FNS it is waiting here. Kusta, still on point, already finding himself another kill here. 2 for him in the round so far, and now, well, burst fire there for Zuzi, not going to get it across the line. APOC will go down as well, and an entirely clean pistol round for CLG. 12-4, not even losing a single player.
Yeah, I mean, Kusta was the only one close to dying. And that's just one ding. Cutler took 1 bullet. That's about it. CLG. Clean retake. You can see the play from Ethan just to mitigate. Okay. Oh, they haven't smoked off CT. The ability to read that and go, okay, Winterfox want this CT control. Play close with Glocks. I'm not going to give them that territory. I'm just going to fall back away from my teammates. We can play this retake. It's a 5-on-4. That earlier pick on towards EMAG meant that Winterfox had no mid-control to shut down any rotation whatsoever and slow down CLG. And you can see the effect after that. They got the kills and snowballed that lead. P250 is on the side of Winterfox because they did manage to get the bomb plant down. They want to go for the buy to at least have a chance of going back. And Kusta, that's not really a rifle.
Whoa, okay.
They're just getting gunned down towards top mid. Cutler and Kusta making, you know, just a demonstration of how to do the A4 recoil control. Mowing down everything in their path. CLG 13-4, Winterfox will be able to buy into this one, but it has to be a relatively fast execute. They don't have many grenades to work with. Make that they have 1 smoke grenade to work with. They have to
5 flashbangs.
They have to do absolutely huge work with these AK-47s, as well as good communication to make these flashbangs work, and that's going to be difficult to do.
It is, and unfortunately for them, CLG aren't going to be going for, you know, the SMG buys, because for all they know, CLG only had 2 M4s and 3 SMGs in that last round, because they only met the 2 M4s, but CLG actually have 4 M4s and only 1 UMP here, so the AK is not going to be perhaps as big of an advantage as they could have been against SMGs, but for now, actually FNS going to get away with the first kill with that UMP as well, and Cutler looking to trade it out, trying to get that frag onto Zuzi, who is a bit too low down for him. Molotov in to save his teammate though. Ethan picking up EMAG elsewhere on the map, and 3 on 5 already. Zuzi trying to get it done, but again, it's going to be Cutler and Kusta getting some kills. Subrosa shutting down the final one, and 14-4. Winterfox, there's really nothing to do. There's nothing they can really do to stop map point, at least, for CLG, and I don't think there's too much they can do to forestall the map ending.
They're losing the aim deals. It's pure and simple as that. The fact that Cutler was able to pick mid multiple times, and that just shows the weakness of not having utility, because suddenly you don't have mid-control, even with the AKs. It's just very hard to trade out the angle. And now, you know, they're just running on towards a slaughter. APOC gets the kill, gets 2 as a matter of fact, does take down Kusta. But, you know, Cutler, once again, more than happy to take the deals after it doesn't manage to get a pick on towards FNS.
Flying Subrosa.
Flying down with the AK-47, does get the kill at the end of the day. And well, CLG on match point after a electrically charged, I'd say that this one has definitely slowed down a lot more. And CLG really asserting their dominance. I mean, Winterfox in the previous season with Dexter showed they were about a mid-tier NA team. I'm not sure if Winterfox may be a little bit weaker on Ranch because, you know, once again, haven't really been able to show as much on their T side due to the economic situation. But CLG looking quite good so far.
Now, interestingly, statistically, Cage and Mirage are Winterfox's best maps, I believe. And that, whoa, that's a nice shot. I really shouldn't say things because the team's proved me wrong. EMAG nailing that shot onto Kusta. But yeah, Cage and Mirage, statistically, Winterfox's best maps. They got so close on Cage, but this one, they're down by 11 rounds. They need to bring it all the way back with 11 straight to even get to overtime, and then they have to win overtime. So it's not looking that great for them. I mean, first pick in this round, absolutely great. But you've got to capitalize on that. They are looking good to do this, though, because if you have a look at the map, they have players all around this A site. Going to be able to pinch here, and there we go. They'll get the kills, but Sub Rosa over on short, chiming in, will take out the connector player. And perhaps not as even as it could have been, but they will get the 2 for 2, which is good with the man advantage, which means it's now a 3-on-2. Bomb going down. Better play out of Winterfox, but they've still got to hold this off.
Wonder if CLG will go for this. They've got a lot of money to work with, and you see Cutler rotating behind. Sub Rosa, okay, I think they'll go for this. Try to do as much damage as possible and make their job easier for the next one, because Winterfox have fully invested in this one. Even if the bomb plan explodes, I think Winterfox will get about 3.5k, and it's not enough to repurchase up multiple utilities. So this is really up to Cutler to do the damage, because Sub Rosa, there's no easy way for him to cross. Slowly clear up lines. A majority of the Ts are towards this A ramp area, and Raz has not been spotted out. EMAG will fall, but they know where the CLG members are. And wow, through the flashbang, doing quite a lot of damage. We'll be able to retrieve the AWP. Sub Rosa just firing a couple of parting shots. Cutler, you know, just making sure he's not flanked fast, so he's not going to go commit towards that. Winterfox do pick up a round, but once again, I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's not. It may be too little. It's not yet too late, but we've got to be close, you would think. And 10 map points here for Winterfox to stave off somehow. It's not going to be easy, but then none of this map has been easy for them. Really, none of this series has been easy for them. They did have that epic comeback last map up against CLG, sorry, which they almost brought back. Couldn't quite get across the line. This game, this map, not even that close. Go for the execute into A here. Ethan in a great position to shut this all down. Waiting for the picks. There they go. APOC will get the first kill. Ethan going to get 2 though. Looking to do more. Nearly gets that final kill. FNS gets a Molotov kill in the meantime. And now 2-on-3 here for CLG. The CLG in the advantage as well.
Yeah, Kusid is playing very patiently, very, very smart, as often has managed to sneak his way on towards CT. EMAG does throw a flashbang, but he eats so much damage, and now with the Molotov, he's being spammed through. He is so low, but somehow still holding on. Not anymore. He's going to burn to death, and CLG, easy clutch victory towards the end. They had all the utility all the time. It's going to be 16-5. Winterfox, I think this is a good first showing on Cage, but Mirage is going to leave them wanting a heck of a lot more.
Absolutely, but the thing is, it's early days. This is their first match day in ESL Pro League, and indeed, only the 3rd match day overall. So still a lot of work to be done, and a lot of work they can do, but they'll need to be doing some more next time and take some more out of this, as a 0-2 for them is not the result they would want to start off.
Look, I think the positive notes, I mean, EMAG still looks great as ever. I think Zuzi had a couple of shining moments, but Zuzi, Ofnu, as well as APOC, you know, they're a little bit hit and miss sometimes. You know, you saw flashes of brilliance, but not just the steady performance like EMAG. Raz, I mean, he was a little bit cold towards, I guess, the opening parts. But at the very least, you know, we saw glimpses of brilliance that of the reasons on why he was invited onto the Winterfox lineup.
Yeah, we saw flashes of old Raz coming through, which is really what we're looking for. Again, he's a player who's been around the Australia and New Zealand region for a while, who's been on our higher tier teams for ages. So to see him able to graduate his way onto one of our international teams is, of course, good for him. But his success, and indeed Winterfox's success, means they all, to get that, they all need to step up here, and they just need to win their Angels. That was really the issue for them. I mean, CLG did have some good strategies that they were doing. They were working nicely. Their default was excellent, really. They took map control. They could play with map control. They did everything they wanted to. But what it came down to for Winterfox, really, is just a lot of lost Angels, and that's what they really need to work on.
To be fair, with the aim deals that CLG were playing, you know, Ethan was on fire. You know, Sub Rosa was starting to chime in towards the end. Kusta, he just pushed in every single time and was able to get the kills working in his favor. So when you're against a CLG that's on fire like that, there's really not much that you can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot. And that's the thing as well. CLG just being so patient as well. And as I touched on a few times, they get the man advantage. They play with it so carefully. They don't bother getting impatient or hasty, and they could just push their advantage and win.
Absolutely. Well, that's our first match day over for now. We are going to take a short break, but stay tuned because we have an absolute treat for you. SK Gaming up against Complexity. The Brazilians up against the NAs to prove maybe who's the best in NA. I think we know what the answer is, but we still need to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
ESL 1 is coming back to New York City in 2017. September 16th to the 17th. Get your tickets now at ESL1.com.
ESL Pro